Kofi Finn, Chancellor, Wisconsin International University College, the Chief Director, Ministry of Information, members of the Diplomatic Corps, former President of the Ghana Journalists Association, members of the National Council and National Executive of the GJA, Chairman and venerable members of the 75th Anniversary Committee, Mr. Kafa Tapeli, a friend of the media, a friend of the GJA, President of TUDEC, heirs of media houses present, my own brother, Mr. Atuafo, special recognition to you, heirs of journalism, communication training institutions, colleague media practitioners, students of journalism and communication training institutions, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the National Council and National Executive of the Ghana Journalists Association, I wish to first of all render an unqualified apology to all those who may have suffered any inconvenience as a result of the change in venue and time for this anniversary launch. Please forgive us our trespasses. Mr. Chairman, having sought for forgiveness, as it's right to do, I respectfully welcome you all to the launch of the 75th anniversary of the Ghana Journalists Association, here at the Plush Labadi Beach Hotel. I particularly wish to welcome our senior colleagues who breached their rather quiet life after years of dedicated service to the profession to join us this afternoon. I also acknowledge the presence of journalism and communication students who represent our future. These are students from the University of Media, Arts and Communication, UNIMAC, Wisconsin International University College, Ghana, Africa University College of Communication, AUCC, and University of Education, Winneba, UEW. Hi, student, can you give me a wave? If you are here, let me see your hand. Let's give it to them. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming this afternoon. Join us this memorable launch. Mr. Chairman, today we have gathered here to perform a very important ceremony in the life of the media industry in Ghana. The launch of the 75th anniversary of the GJA will pave way for the celebration of the Diamond Jubilee of our dear association. We are most privileged to have an iconic personality who has carried the flag of Ghana to the highest point within the international community to perform this function for us. He is in the person of Sir Sam Jonah. Mr. Chairman, for the avoidance of doubt and for the benefit of our students who may not know, Sir Sam Jonah was born in 1949, the same year the GJA was born. Sir represents excellence, and in recognition of that fine attribute, he has received many honorary doctorate degrees and other prominent awards, notably an honorary knighthood as Knight Commander of the Civil Division of the Most Excellent Order of the British Empire and the Commander of the Order of the Star, which is Ghana's highest national award. Let's give it to him. Many of us know him for the strategic leadership he provided for the transformation of Anglo-Gold Ashanti into a mining company of international repute. But what many of us may not know is that he is an advisor to many African heads of states. With the kind permission of Mr. Chairman, may I respectfully ask us all to give our keynote speaker a standing ovation. You may resume your seat. We are proud of you, sir. Thank you, Sir Jonah. We are most grateful to you for honoring our invitation. Mr. Chairman, 75 years in the life of anybody, being it individual or corporate, is no mean an achievement, especially when it is a fulfilled life. There is no doubt that the GJ has lived a fulfilled life, and we have every reason to celebrate this milestone in full measure. That informs the theme for the anniversary celebration. 75 years of excellence in journalism, honoring the past, embracing the present, shaping the future. With this theme, we seek to examine our life as an association, looking at the past, present, and future. In due course, the chairman of the 75th Anniversary Planning Committee will outline the activities planned for the anniversary celebration. Mr. Chairman, we have scheduled 3 public lectures and 1 symposium for the anniversary. We have proposed very competent person to deal with the pillars of the anniversary theme, but permit me to share a few thoughts on them. Honoring the past. Mr. Chairman, taking counsel from the adage that a nation that does not honor its heroes is not worth dying for, we are minded to remember and honor the pioneers of the GJA who made invaluable sacrifices to bring us thus far. Since the establishment of the Ghana Journalists Association on August 15, 1949, it has gone through many phases and surmounted many challenges as well. Christened as Africa Press Association at its formation stage, the GJ has today become a major force to reckon with. We remember the pioneering work of TBOT, Ben Dokeno, Sam Morris, Martin Telson Kofi, Eric Ofori, Karl Rendorf, Regina Adai, Eric Ajololo. They have all paid their dues, and we need to honor them. Embracing the present. Mr. Chairman, in contemporary times, the GJA is spearheaded by illustrious sons and daughters like Ambassador Kabrable Amie, Gifty Afeidazi, Adjoa Afari, Nana Kweku Dey the first, known privately as Transportete, and Roland Afemoni, my immediate predecessor. They all contribute their quota to take the association to a higher level, and they deserve our honor. The GJA continues to make positive strides in the country's quest for national development. However, unlike the persecution that our pioneers faced, including the pain of imprisonment and human rights violation today, the media face persecution from inimical laws that criminalizes freedom of expression as well as assaults, which is a deviation from the rule of law. In recent times, journalists and media outlets have been targeted by political hoodlums while on assignment. The GJA has no choice but to take aggressive actions to combat this breach of media rights. We were forced to blacklist 2 important political figures whose followers attacked journalists who were performing their routine duties without any provocation. Let me point out that the ban on Farouk Mahama, the MP for Yendi, is still in force. There is also a worrying trend of unprofessional practices by a section of the media due to many factors, including lack of appreciation for professional ethics and media ownership. We will use this anniversary celebration to address some of these critical matters. I must emphasize, however, that the GJ will not tolerate any act of unprofessionalism as we approach the vital election time. We shall try our best to maintain better levels of professionalism to protect our enviable democracy. Shaping the future. Mr. Chairman, I am happy we have a large number of students in this hall. The future belongs to you. And I'm directing this to the students. And it is our responsibility as an association, of course, with the support of the training institutions, to prepare you for the future. We need to guide your ethical upbringing in the profession. We need to offer you the needed support to navigate emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, AI, which is taking or has already taken center stage of global affairs in journalism practice in the future. That is why we have scheduled a symposium on AI for the youth as part of the anniversary activities. We believe the future is bright for the media landscape in Ghana. Corporate support. Mr. Chairman, I wish to use this opportunity to invite our corporate partners and friends to support us on this journey. The story of GJA can never be told without your unflinching support. You have helped to bring us this far. This is not the time to abandon us. We appeal to you all, and I mean the corporate entities, corporate Ghana, to rally behind us with your financial support so that together we can make this anniversary celebration a success. Let me take this opportunity to remind all of us about the African Media Convention, AMC, in Accra, which comes off in Accra from May 15th to 17th, 2024. The AMC is the African version of the Global World Press Freedom Day and serves as a platform to bring together all the media stakeholders supporting the Africa media. The objective is to reflect on the fundamental role of journalism on the continent, celebrate the fundamental principles of press freedom, and deliberate on measures to safeguard media freedom and promote the safety of journalism in AU member states. It will be an opportunity for networking and sharing of good practices by the various media personnel, journalism students and researchers, journalists, unions and associations, editors, public and private sector, CSOs, including cooperating partners from around the African continent and beyond, as well as representatives from UNESCO and the African Union and its organs. I therefore urge members of the Ghanaian media, that's of the Inky fraternity, to take advantage of this event and engage in it to reap maximum benefit. So if you are here and you haven't registered, we have extended the registration line to the end of April. So now the deadline for registration to participate this historic and memorable conference is 30th April. Mr. Chairman, before I resume my seat, permit me to ask our respected audience to rise to observe a minute silence in memory of all departed colleagues of the Inky fraternity. May the souls of the faithful departed rest in perfect peace. Thank you, and you may resume your seat. On this solemn note, Mr. Chairman, I wish to thank you all for your kind attention. Long live the media, long live the GG, long live Ghana.
And may you also live long, Mr. President of the Ghana Journalists Association. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate him with another round of applause. I'd like to remind all of you that we're streaming on a number of media platforms, including Ghana Broadcasting Corporation on their official Facebook handle. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at this time I'd like to pay my respects to a man who once was an independent presidential candidate in one of our very key elections which mark the very key milestones in our democracy, who is also a giant in the tech space as founder and chairman of ITEL Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kwesi Amoafo Yeboah. He's a great example of discipline as well, on a lighter note, because he's kept a consistent waist size for a minimum of 40 years. That's my whole lifetime. Please put your hands together for him one more time. And just like our keynote speaker as well, ladies and gentlemen, he's an avid golfer. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I'd like to pay my respects as well to the heads of various communications departments of various tertiary institutions who have given us massive support this afternoon. I'd like to pay my respects to Dr. Gifty Apieje, who is the head of the Department of Journalism and Media Studies at the University of Education in Winneba. Please, a big round of applause for her. Dr. Kobna Bedu Ado is the Dean of Journalism and Media Studies at the University of Media, Arts and Communications, UNIMAC. I'd also like to acknowledge the presence of a former Public Affairs Director of the EPA, Mrs. Angelina Ama Tutua-Mensah. The International Fund for Public Interest Media is represented here by the Regional Director for Africa and the Middle East, Mr. Mahmoud Kamara. And now, on this note, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor of introducing to us our special guest for today. He has vast experience in everyday media practice, having hosted the Super Morning Show of Joy 99.7 FM for many years. For that, he won many accolades and also was part of major milestones, including moderating some of the presidential debates ahead of key presidential and parliamentary elections in Ghana. In terms of private business practice, he is very functional in the finance space and has an entity that is also very vibrant there. Years down the line, he has also put himself up for public service and has served very diligently as Member of Parliament for the people of Ofuase Ayerbi in the eastern region of Ghana. In recent days, he's been given yet another key operation of government by His Excellency the President of the Republic to oversee the policy and execution in the works and housing space. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Honorable Kojo Opong Nkrumah, who's a caretaker minister of the Information Ministry of Ghana.
Nat, thank you. And you drew my mind back to the presidential debates, which I moderated with Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. And I always tell her when I meet her that I stay clear of disagreeing with her publicly because she was one time the Vice Chancellor of Cape Coast University, where I schooled. And so if I talk too much, she can withdraw my certificate. Today as well, we are blessed to have an even bigger man who also exercises some lien over my certificate from Cape Coast University, Sir Chancellor. You may call him Sir Sam John. I call him Sir Chancellor because if he gets upset, he can withdraw my certificate in commerce as well. Sir Chancellor, we're grateful that you are here and you are a keynote speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, mine is essentially a very simple task. First, to congratulate the GJA. 75 years of existence and progress is laudable. Second is to encourage all of us that we continue to uphold the tenets of journalism and to wish as a pleasant afternoon of reflections, which will follow the paper to be presented by Sir Chancellor. I thank you, and I wish you all the best.
The dance you just saw from the Kasa Cultural Troupe is one which is used to promote peace amongst communities. One of the things most of us may not know about Northern Ghana is that every single thing that describes them as a people is embedded in a lot of symbolism. And this is an example of what we just saw. Please appreciate them with another big round of applause. And now, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I always struggle to introduce him in public because of the consistency he's had in terms of various contributions made to public life. So today, I'll do my best to capture it in a few areas. He's a seasoned entrepreneur with many interests in the areas of the extractive industry, capital project financing, tourism, and many others. In recent years, based on his vast experience in corporate Ghana and working with various multinationals across the globe, he has added his voice to a lot of advocacy of the things that we need to do to make our society right. And what else would you expect of a man who God has blessed with 7 score, pardon me, the biblical 7 years and 5 in addition? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to welcome our keynote speaker for today, Sir Sam Essen Jonah.
Good afternoon. A fortnight ago, I received in my office a very large delegation from the GJA who came to invite me to be the keynote speaker for today's event. I applauded them for their courage. Yes. The chairman, the president of the GJA, our Honorable Minister Kojo Nkrumah. Okay. Our highly respected Honorable MP Kwesi Che Mensah. Distinguished guests, members of the association, students, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to address the Ghana Journalists Association as we commemorate your 75th anniversary. As we reflect on the rich tapestry of your organization's history, I think it's essential, just in case anybody is wondering what I've done to merit this honor, to recall that my relationship with Ghana's media landscape has been long-standing and deeply committed. Indeed, over the years, I have supported and sponsored numerous events hosted by your association, even during times when such associations could be perilous, potentially leading to the loss of livelihood or life. Ladies and gentlemen, despite these challenges, my support has never wavered, because I've always been consistent in my belief that in the critical role of the media in shaping our society. Indeed, I recall with fondness the Media Encounter Initiative, which I founded and championed in the 80s. That initiative provided an important platform for much-needed dialogue between the PNDC government then and senior members of your association during a very difficult time in our history. Indeed, most of the senior members actively participated in the activities of the initiative and can no doubt attest to the phenomenal success that we achieved. Mr. Chairman, the foundation of our interaction has always been rooted in a genuine friendship, a friendship where honesty prevails, even when the messages conveyed are tough but are necessary. Today, I carry the weight of that honesty with profound respect and recognition of your contributions to our nation's narrative. Looking back over the 75 years of the association's existence, the media landscape has indeed become increasingly polarized, with very little room left for neutral ground. This polarization threatens, if I may say so, the very ethos of your journalism, which, like the clergy and the teaching profession, I consider a calling that demands integrity and a commitment to truth. Your role as a fourth estate is a cornerstone of our democracy, and your duty to hold power to account has never been even more critical. Indeed, the influence you wield is powerful, with the ability to frame political discourse and influence public opinion, making it imperative that this power is exercised with the utmost responsibility and ethical rigor. As we move forward, let us remember the sacrifices made by those who came before us, journalists who laid down their lives for the pursuit of truth and justice. It is upon their legacy that the future of Ghanaian journalism will be built, a future where truth prevails over sensationalism, integrity over corruption, and where the pen remains mightier than the sword in the fight for democratic integrity and national unity. Ladies and gentlemen, let us recommit ourselves to these ideas as we face the challenges ahead, ensuring that our actions today will honor those who have sacrificed so much and inspire future generations to carry the torch of truthful, responsible journalism. The stability of the Fourth Republic depends heavily on your resolve to maintain the sanctity of your profession and your independence as the Fourth Estate. If I may say so, as we celebrate this landmark anniversary, let it be a call to all journalists to rise to the occasion, to uphold the values that have defined your noble profession, and to hopefully continue to be the beacon of hope and accountability our nation needs. Your association's inception came at a very pivotal time as Ghana stood on the verge of defining its future, breaking free from colonial domination. Your association, predating even our nation's independence, became the crucible within which the fervent hopes and aspirations of a people were nurtured and expressed. Even before the formation of your association, nationalists like J.B. Dankwa, Kwame Nkrumah, Kofi Bacha, Eric Heyman, Kofi Bakon, T.D. Bafo, Kofi Bedu, amongst others, stood at the vanguard of the struggle, wielding the might of the pen and the unwavering spirit of truth as they used their voices for advocacy. Dreams of a liberated and thriving Ghana were expressed through purposeful writing and careful dissemination on the pain of punishment. These were patriots, men who were inspired and motivated by the ideals of a free and prosperous nation. Mr. Chairman, today, as we traverse the sands of time and reminisce the jubilation of independence through the trials of military regimes, through the sometimes rancorous, other times harmonious ebb and flow of democracy, we find the essence of journalism tested and exalted. The courage, the sacrifice, the unwavering commitment of your members have not only chronicled our nation's history, but they have been instrumental in shaping its discourse. Insightful and courageous citizens like Cameron Dodu, P.A.V. Ansa, Kweku Bakon, Kwesi Pratt, Kwame Karikari, Kojo Yanka, Christine Agri, Elvis Aye, Sam Ade Clark, Cabral Blay Amihir, Elizabeth Ohene, Heronata, Kwame Amamo, Mike Egan, Vida Kranti Asante, Giftia Fenidazi, and many others have paved the way for many today, with some embarking on the struggle for freedom and justice at personal sacrifice and risk. Sadly, ladies and gentlemen, some of your members paid the ultimate price in the line of duty. And here we remember with reverence Tommy Thompson, John Kublenu, the cartoonist Joe Mini, and Albert Hussein Swale. It is worthy of note, Mr. Chairman, that journalism, while it may propel diligent investigators, analysts, and writers to great heights, is not a profession for the lily-livered, the deceitful, nor the greedy. Through fair and foul weather, the journalist must be willing and able to tell the truth to the people. Walter Cronkite, American journalist of blessed memory, comes to mind. He's famous for his title, the most trusted man in America. He was the news anchor of CBS Evening News for 19 years. Cronkite's impartial reporting endeared him to a nation that needed trustworthy persons with the public communication platforms of print media, and in his case, broadcasting, to tell them nothing but the truth. Irrespective of the outreach of vested interests who would want the public discourse their way, he stood firm and steadfast, embodied and informed the thought of the common American man in the latter half of the 20th century. His honest and potent reporting on Vietnam moved the then American president, Lyndon Johnson, to famously lament, and I quote, "If I have lost Cronkite, I have lost Middle America," unquote. The success of our attempt at a democratic order, Mr. Chairman, will depend crucially on how free our press is. In the words of Walter Cronkite, I quote, "Freedom of the press is not just important to democracy, it is democracy," unquote. In the reflection of today's mirror, we observe a landscape altered by the winds of change. The once famous united front of objectivity and patriotism appears to some fragmented by the device of partisanship and the shadows of materialism. The noble quest for truth now competes with the allure of political patronage and its material rewards, a phenomenon which, if I may say so, threatens the sanctity of your independence, the Fourth Estate. Yet, this is the period when the vigilance of the Fourth Estate is most needed. As we stand on the precipice of yet another electoral milestone, which in my view is the most consequential, the echoes of past violence, the whispers of disenfranchisement looms. And I don't think anyone needs reminding that the conduct of the electoral exercise, together with its outcome, is so important that the nation cannot afford bias and unprofessional coverage of it by members of your profession. I wish, Mr. Chairman, I could be more confident that the coverage will be professional, but I'm afraid I can't, given the rather unserious way in which another very important national issue, the most egregious abuse of the rights of millions whose livelihood had been decimated completely by galamsey operations, has been treated by your profession. I don't know whether you are exhausted and indeed frustrated by the shameful lack of decisive action from the authorities to your interventions. All I know is that your association's pen, which is your weapon, has gone eerily silent on this all-important matter. I would have liked to see a more concerted and sustained action from you. Sadly, that has not been the case. Galamsey doesn't make the headlines anymore, and yet the country is experiencing the ravages of this terrible phenomenon every day. The alarming increase in kidney and liver diseases, the increase in children born with deformities, and the alarming infant mortality rates in the areas affected by galamsey activities appear not to merit your sustained concern. What a shame. What a pity. As journalists, the times we live in beckon you to remember your purpose, your power, and your responsibility. Let me just say this. The price of your continued silence is too grave to fathom. Mr. Chairman, it is in this moment of reflection and anticipation that the immortal words of Ephraim Amos' composition, Yen Ara Assassini, resound with unparalleled relevance. The composition resonates today deeply. Its message of patriotism, stewardship, and unity echoes the ideals that all of us must champion. What is truly remarkable, Mr. Chairman, is that this piece was composed in 1929, long before the nation state of Ghana was born. It is with extraordinary prescience that Ephraim Amo, the composer, actually predicted what the current state of the nation is. And so, Mr. Chairman, please, if you indulge me, I would like to recite the English translation of this timeless composition. I quote, "This is our native land. What a priceless heritage, acquired with the blood our ancestors shed for us. It is now our turn to continue what our ancestors started. Bragging of educational achievements or useless greed for material things and bad lifestyles are destroying our nation and disgracing us. Whether or not this nation prospers, clearly depends on the character of the citizens of the nation. Whether or not this nation prospers clearly depends on the character of the citizens of the nation. Obedience and respect, caring for the welfare of one another every day, selflessness in the traditional way, ensures each person's welfare. This is what will bring peace and prosperity to our nation. Whether or not this nation prospers, clearly depends on the character of the citizens of the nation," unquote. Ladies and gentlemen, this anthem, a clarion call to patriotism, stewardship, and unity, serves not only as a reminder of the ideals we ought to embody, but as a beacon guiding us back to the path of integrity and collective action. I urge you to lead the fight against all sorts of injustice. Yen Ara Assassini is not merely a song, it is a testament to the enduring spirit of our people, a spirit that journalists are uniquely positioned to amplify. As guardians of the public conscience, you are called to rise above the fray, to champion the cause of truth, justice, and national unity. In this era, when the essence of our democracy and the fabric of our society are tested, let us recommit ourselves to the principles that Ephraim Amo so eloquently espoused. I implore you to be the standard bearers of objectivity, the architects of informed discourse, and the unyielding defenders of freedom and truth. In this regard, all of us have to be concerned about some disturbing developments in our national discourse, part of which has been referred to by the president of the association. The perceived weaponization of state agencies against opponents, the creeping assault on the freedom of the press, the perceived lack of trust of the dispensation of justice, and the pathetic lack of accountability in the protection of the public purse. This is a time, ladies and gentlemen, for patriots to find their voices. This is a time to be fearless and courageous. We cannot and must not compromise on our defense of the national interest. As we approach the forthcoming elections, let your pens and your voices forge a narrative of peace, fairness, and democracy. The sad saga of Saul, the killing of innocent voters at Techiman, and the unprecedented electoral violence at Ayawaso remain a scar on our collective conscience. We must all resolve that these unfortunate chapters in our more recent history will never be repeated. You should endeavor to be the bridge over troubled waters, ensuring that every Ghanaian, irrespective of political allegiance, finds solace and strength in the truth. Mr. Chairman, in closing, I call upon you to remember that the Ghana Journalists Association is more than a collective of individuals. Indeed, it is a symbol of our nation's resilience, its aspirations, and its unwavering pursuit of progress. Inspired by the legacy of our forebears and the timeless call of Yanara Assassini, let us forge ahead, united in purpose and resolute in our commitment to the ideals of your noble profession. It is my hope and prayer, ladies and gentlemen, that your association will become the beacon of truth, integrity, and national pride today, tomorrow, and for generations to come. As trained journalists, you've been taught to be wary of being overtly overly optimistic or thoroughly pessimistic, but to look carefully at the facts, the source, the context, and the motive. Trust, they say, but verify. And when you have your who, what, where, why, and how, do not be afraid to publish the truth. It is better to tell the truth that offends than look on timidly, sheepishly, and cowardly as the case in the country's interest is captured for the benefit of the few. Your acronym, GJA, for the first time I became quite artistic and philosophical. Your acronym, GJA, stands not only for the association, but it should also stand for governance, justice, and accountability. Principles I would urge you to uphold. Thank you very much indeed.
Back on Wednesday, this is the pulse here on Joy News from our studios here in Accra and around the world. You're welcome. This is Joy News, independent, fearless, and credible. Now, coming up in today's edition, Asantehene Otumfuo, Osei-Tutu II, criticizes government financial ability to support the smooth running of state-owned entities like the ECG. We have details of the commissioning of the Gensa Energy Gas Plant in Kumasi, where the Asantehene proposed that such companies should be privatized for better management.
I agree with you that government should be looking at policies instead of being involved in industry and everything. It doesn't work. And it's about time Ghana realizes that it's not going to work for.
Stay as we take you live to Angomaso for the commissioning of the Ameri Power Plant, now rebranded the Kumasi Thermal Power Plant. Also in this bulletin, the Public Utilities Regulatory Commission's initial investigation review substantial discrepancies in the financial report of the ECG. We have details as the ECG fails to fully comply with the PURC's demand to furnish it with the details of 461 bank accounts it operates. And of course, later in the bulletin, National Peace Council urges religious leaders to desist from using unsavory comments which has the potential of inciting electoral violence as the country heads to the polls in December.
Let's avoid insults. Let's avoid cutting down people. Let's avoid those things that, as it were, reduce people to nothing and ensure that at the end of all this election, Ghana will be peaceful and will be intact. Be careful what you say, be careful how you say it, and be careful the environment within which those things are said.
Pulse is brought to you by Global Communities Digilo, affordable, safe sanitation for all. We are live on DSTV channel 421, GoTV 125. Follow us on Facebook, YouTube, and myjoyonline.com for these and more. My name is Elton Brobe. We shall be right back to deal with the matters on hand this afternoon. We are on now, and we are starting from the Ashanti regional capital, Kumasi, where the Ashanti Otumfuo said to the second has criticized government for prioritizing the establishment of companies and industries over effective policy making, raising concerns about government financial ability to support entities like the Electricity Company of Ghana. The Ashanti proposed that such companies should be privatized for better management. He also expressed disappointment in government revenue generation effort. The Ashanti was speaking at the commission of the Jensa Energy gas plant in Kumasi.
I agree with you that government should be looking at policies instead of being involved in industry and everything. It doesn't work. And it's about time Ghana realizes that it's not going to work for I agree with you that government should be looking at policies instead of being involved in industry and everything. It doesn't work. And it's about time Ghana realizes that it's not going to work for government to be involved in setting up companies and all those things. It doesn't work. Government should be contained with policies. And then private sector should be involved in setting up industries and everything. It works that way, and therefore you can attract more investment to come to the country, and it creates more employment. DRA and others, our government establishment, let's give it out and divest to public sector, private sector, and then we inject money in there. And get the right people to do it. Greatco and others and all are all for private sector. Let's give them the money, get the qualified people, divest government from it, and let them do it. Other than that, electricity company is in a situation where we don't know, but that also must be divested and give it to private sector. Why are we still holding it when we don't have the money? We are not even able to collect all the taxes that we want. We are going to IMF for money and all those things. We are hanging on to industries that we cannot maintain and run. Look, it's about time we face realities and then decided on what government should be doing and what private sector should be doing. That this is a testimony of private sector investment. And they were able to attract Oppenheimer. His family has all the money in South Africa. They were able to attract him to come here because he believed in private sector. And they've done it in various countries in Africa. So that is how we have to be looking at it, to attract more of these investments into the private sector so we can do it. My son here, when he was saying that those small generators and all those are given to we and all those things, go and review the policy and let the government know how to go about it.
Well, despite the controversy surrounding the relocation of the Ameri power plant from Takoradi to Kumasi, President Akufo-Addo, the Energy Minister Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh, and the Volta River Authority are all there at this commissioning ceremony, which has now been rebranded the Kumasi 1 Thermal Power Plant. The 250 megawatts power generation plant is expected to ensure reliability and sustainability in the national grid, especially in the middle and the northern sector of the country. My colleague Nana Wachi joins us live from Angomaso, where the commissioning ceremony is underway. Nana, walk us through what has happened so far.
We are currently at Angomaso, the site where President Akufo-Addo is expected to be right now to commission the Kumasi 1 terminal power plant. We are expecting President Akufo-Addo alongside the Energy Minister, Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh, and then the CEO of the Volta River Authority to be here to officially open the K1 TPP. We are being told that after the official commissioning of the K1 TPP, initially, or what be it what may, we would have some stable electricity to contribute to the national grid. And so, from my left is the arrival of the Energy Minister, Minister for Energy, Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh. We are expecting President Akufo-Addo to be here very soon. Earlier, the Asante Hene was at the commissioning of the Jinsa gas plant, power plant here in the Ashanti region, where he made mention of how it has become difficult to observe government move away from policies to the establishment of companies or industries. He was hitting hard on government not focusing on policies, rather giving its attention to industries and companies. We also heard the energy minister give some remarks at the commissioning of the Jinsa gas pipeline in Kumasi, where he says that the relocation of the Ameri plant, as it used to be called, to Kumasi, is to help boost industrialization or boost industrial growth and also help employment in the Ashanti region. Be what it may, it will also contribute to the national grid. We can listen to the Energy Minister, Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh.
All right, Nanaya, also, if Dr. Opoku-Prempeh, the Energy Minister, visual is ready, we can bring that to our viewers this afternoon. He's been talking about the advantages the region stands to gain from the new plans that they are bringing in. We can listen to the Energy Minister, Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh.
The benefits of this project is not seen but today, but very soon. The projects, the number of jobs it would make happen in Ashanti region. Like now, when we look on our right, if you are sitting on your left, AXA Power and AXA Energy is going to build a huge plant also to serve, to create power in Kumasi. VRA itself has started. In fact, it has other plants it's going to bring to Kumasi. And also Senate is also bringing plants. I know they've bought a plant to also come and locate in Kumasi. Very soon, there's so much power to help industrialization in Ashanti and beyond. When you go into the history of Ghana, Ashanti for years was the hub of industrialization in the country called Ghana. And surely, under the Nana Osei Tutu, for Osei Tutu II, Ashanti will come back as the industrial hub of this country.
So I'll take you live again to Angomaso in the Ashanti region, where the Ameri plants, rebranded as Kumasi Tema plant, will be soon to be inaugurated by President Akufa. Nanaya is still with me here live from the event grounds. So Nanaya, walk us through the program this afternoon. I understand that this is expected to address technical losses and then ensure reliability of power supply, especially in the middle and the northern sector of the country. But what exactly is the program this afternoon, if you can walk us through?
If you could come again,
This particular plant, the Ameri plant, the main objective of it, or the reason it's been taken to the Ashanti region, is to ensure reliability in power supply, and of course to address technical losses. And then we'll be there to serve the middle and the northern sector of the country. Walk us through the program of our President Akufo-Addo.
Elton, according to the Energy Minister, aside having stable electricity or reliable power or contributing to the national grid, Ashanti region is somewhere that they can never take aside or they can never look out when it comes to ensuring stable electricity. And so that is the main reason why they have to relocate the plant from Takoradi to Kumasi. We spoke to the chairman of the Energy and Mines Committee in Parliament, Samuel Atachiam, who has been saying that it was very, very necessary for the Energy Ministry alongside President Akufo-Addo to sit down to conclude on bringing the plant to Kumasi, where we would have the plant supporting the middle and then the northern part of the country. And so aside looking at the industrial growth, we are looking at sustaining power and also contributing to the national grid. Well, Samuel Atachiam has also been hitting so hard on the opposition, especially the minority, when it comes to their claims on government spending so much to rebrand and relocate the plant to the Ashanti region. He says that it is not realistic to state that President Akufo-Addo is spending so much in relocating and rebranding the plant, especially bringing it to the Ashanti region, and even to say that it is a political gimmick or for political vote buying. He says that the claims made by the minority could be rubbished because whatever the case may be, we are contributing to the national grid, and then the focus will not just be on the Ashanti region, but will be across the country itself. And he has also been saying that it is important for President Akufo-Addo to continue what President Mahama started, because we cannot just look outside the box. We cannot look behind what his President Akufo-Addo cannot look beyond what his predecessor did. He should also look in between or look at what his predecessor did, so that he can also make good use of it and also contribute to the energy sector. And so after the commissioning of the Kumasi 1 thermal power plant, Elton, we are expecting that electricity would be in a way whatever stable, and also have the middle and the northern part have some modernized way of enjoying light when it comes to the energy sector and its growth in general. So very soon we'll have President Akufo-Addo seated and also give his address or officially commission the plant.
Much, and you hold it there for us, because we'll come back live to you when the event is finally underway, so we can hear comments from the Energy Minister, the Ashanti, and of course President Akufo-Addo. It is a big day in the Ashanti region, because the ultimate aim, according to the Ministry of Energy, is to ensure reliability in power supply for the middle and the northern sector of the country, and also to reduce technical losses. We'll come back to deal with this matter even more further, because the man who actually facilitated the entry of Ameri into the country in 2015 eventually had to resign as Power Minister. Dr. Kwabena Donkor has been providing some insight into it, and also says that he feels vindicated and exonerated, if you like, because remember that after the NDC lost power in 2016, his home was raided by operatives of national security in connection with the contract surrounding the Ameri power plant. Now, some years on, he says that the case has not made any progress, meaning that he did no wrong, and he's been explaining that to us. We're going to bring that to you very shortly. But this afternoon, we're also looking at the PURC directive to board members of the Electricity Company of Ghana to pay some monies for failing to comply with some directives that were advanced by the PURC. You know, almost 6 million Ghana cedis is outstanding for these individuals to pay. It also came to light that the ECJ is operating some 61 accounts, contrary to earlier directive by, you know, the president, and of course, per the IMF, you know, directive for the ECJ to operate just one single account. This is also raising some eyebrows, and we're going to spend some time to deal with this matter. A member of the Mines and Energy Committee in Parliament, Edward Bauer, has already joined me, and we're going to explore this matter. And then when the Ameri rebranded commissioning is on, we'll take you live to Kumasi to bring you the very latest on that, and also hear from Dr. Kwabena Donkor, who has a lot to say regarding this particular matter. We'll take a short break and we'll be back.
By the end of the 4 years of my term in office as president, Accra will be the cleanest city in Africa.
Our rivers are choked. Our streets are hoarding it. Our landfills bursting. Our trash bags overflowing. And even the air we breathe carries it. Filth, it is everywhere.
Normally, there is a container here where they put the boiler inside. But right now, they haven't brought the container back.
The Filth Exhibition, a JoyNews series, presents the alarming state of waste management, sanitation, and refuse left in our communities, presenting a compelling and urgent need for action.
Right, so this is an afternoon of power, electricity, energy, all put together from every angle. And I'll take you live to the Ashanti Regional Capital, town of Angomaso, very shortly when the event is finally underway. But there's also another angle to the energy story that we are looking at this afternoon, and it has to do with the directive that came from the PRC to the ECG and the subsequent resolution that the PRC passed. So the Electricity Company of Ghana failed to fully comply with the Public Utilities demand for it to furnish it with details of all bank accounts and investment accounts currently operated by the power distributor. The ECG currently operates 61 bank accounts according to PRC statement, but only presented details of 36 accounts to the PRC. The PRC says initial assessment of the data reveals substantial discrepancies in the financial reporting and operational transparency of the ECG. Member of this, Kofi Ajay, will join me with more as we have been digging into this matter. Also, member of the Mines and Energy Committee in Parliament, Edward Bauer, joins me via Zoom. Let me bring him on now. Mr. Bauer, it's good to see you again this afternoon on the Pulse.
It's good to see you too.
All right. So, before we talk about ECG and PRC, now Ameri, which was a controversial subject in 2015, is now giving some life in the middle and the northern sector of the country with the commissioning today. Do you have some few comments to spend on this matter?
Thank you very much. Yes, I think I do. This is a subject that not only was I at the ministry, but post the NDC government, I've written about 2 or 3 articles on, just to be able to do some clarification. But on specific, you see, if you watch on the media space, particularly the social media, and I think on the electronic media also, you have the chairman of the subcommittee on energy for the Baumia campaign, and that's Kojo indicated that the basis for which Ameri is even being changed is because the name is associated with rent seeking, the name is associated with corruption, the name is associated with anything that is not good for energy sector. And that is the part that I feel very sad, and it's also unfortunate, because this is the same gentleman that I had worked with in the civil society space. And I knew his comments before that. Right. But just to the main issues, look, the Ameri deal was not just by virtue of the fact that the NDC says, oh, it was a good project, and the NPP says it is not a good project. That is not it. The issue goes beyond that, because when the Hula Baloo came up, the then president, decided that, look, if you people feel that this project was not good, let an independent auditor do value for money audit. Right. And so PricewaterhouseCoopers conducted a value for money audit on Ameri and compared Ameri to other existing IPPs, 8 or 9 IPPs, and looked at certain parameters. And in all those things, Ameri scored very high. I'll give an example. They compared Ameri to 8 of the existing IPPs on the basis of, for example, on the composite generation tariff. The Ameri's composite generation tariff was 14.59 kilowatt hour. If you compare it to the average of the 9 existing IPPs, it was 14.9. It meant that Ameri did better than the average of all the 9 put together. That's the point. Right. If you look at it in terms of the the capacity tariff, Ameri was the lowest. Ameri was doing 5.5 per kilowatt hour. Okay. And it was the lowest among the 9. And I'm just giving you all. If you were to take it from installed cost per kilowatt hour and levelize it over 20 years, Ameri was still the lowest. So it was not surprising that when they raided Honorable Governor Donko's office and took up all documents, they didn't have. 2, it was not surprising that in their attempt to renegotiate Ameri deal, all it landed was that 1, they made the deal more expensive, and that's why it was kicked out, and that's why Boache Jacko lost his job. Right. But the more important thing, they even increased the tenure from 5 years to 6 years. But today, you have a situation where this is the same plant that the president is in Kumasi to rebrand and present to Ashanti region as if he has created a new plant, as if he has brought in a new plant. It's the same plant. And of course, I've always indicated that typical of him, this is what he would do. But where we should be looking at, and Elton, You are a very serious journalist. This is where we should be looking at. It is not the pump and pageantry that is going to happen today or is happening today. What we should looking at is the cost of the relocation. Because you and I know that one, it was sole sourced in the midst of all competitive environment where we could have gotten best case scenario.
And from the committee point of view, is the $38 million how much was spent on the relocation?
So this was what happened. So initially it was around $24 million. Then suddenly we realized that the price was revised to around $38 million. We met VRA at Oak Plaza Hotel. And we asked VRA that, look, this is what we're hearing. And the VRA said, look, we had given a proposal to government, to the ministry. And our proposal was that we were capable of doing it ourselves because we have in-house capacity to be able to relocate it, and we have engineers who can do that. But the ministry was not interested in that. Since then, we have not gotten the details, apart from the fact that we know that it is a private company that came in to do it. We are interested in knowing what is the cost. Anybody who speaks about this issue, whether from government or even from the majority side in parliament, is refusing to state exactly how much it costs to relocate it. It is an area we want to look at.
But for several years, Mr. Mahama, you've always made a point that you want a probe into the cost of the transportation, if you like, but you are yet to take that next step.
No, we have data. We have asked, and no answer is being given to us.
Okay.
We have asked, and no answer is being given to us. And that's why we are saying that, look, we'll continuously ask for a probe. Because remember that in situations like this, when government is not willing to open its books, like the topic we are going to discuss, which has to do with ECG,
yes.
If the government is not ready to open its books, there's little you can do about some of these things. You will, look, just the past week or so, the chairman of the Mines and Energy Committee had directed that ECG, for example, should bring up a timetable. Up to today, they have not brought out a timetable. You know why?
And it's our discussion next.
That yes, that decision is an executive function. And the point I'm just trying to make is that unless government is interested in being transparent and accountable to the people, they will try to hide it. But we are saying that we will continuously call for a probe
into this
into into the relocation, and particularly to bring to the fore what were the details in the award of the contract for the relocation and how much it was involved. This is an issue that will not die today.
Of course, Mr. Edward Bawal is member of the Mines and Energy Committee, and also in the studio this afternoon is Kofi Ajay from our research desk. Kofi, quickly let's run through the ECG, the discrepancies in the bank details provided by the ECG, and we are told the 61. Even before the 61 figure came in, all of us were of the view that ECG was operating over 30 accounts. And apparently they were operating even more. Walk us through the details, and then we'll bring back Mr. Bauer.
Well, yesterday we were having a discussion just looking at the number of commercial banks in Ghana. And we said there are about 23 commercial banks in Ghana, and ECG alone has 61 different bank accounts. It means that they have multiple accounts
with different
banks. And why is this so important? Now, ECG is not only dealing with PLC at the moment. The company has to perform a new structural benchmark that government has set under the IMF program, and ECG must lead this charge. The new structural benchmark is the fact that the fund believes that the energy sector is one of the debt-making machines in our country, where we estimate that the debt that the energy sector generates about $1 billion, every year. Debt from even excess capacity alone is somewhere in the region of $500 million. Right. So it is important that when you are trying to make your IMF program work, you also try to tighten your energy sector also to make sure that it suits the program. And just like you see on the screens, 61 bank account, that was the details that ECG gave the PRC. They requested for details on all of them, but they ended up giving them just 36.
36 out of the 61.
Absolutely.
So there are some accounts that ECG has not been able to provide details.
Yeah, 25 accounts. 25.
And these are all active accounts?
These are all active accounts that the ECG has actually provided information to the PRC. Now, why would the ECG have 61 accounts when it is just one company? What will motivate ECG to have 61 accounts across the length and breadth of the
But in corporate practice, this cannot be wrong.
Well, it cannot be wrong, but to have 61 accounts for a state-owned enterprise, you can actually smell something. I mean, maybe I may not say it, but for you to have 61 bank accounts, I think that it's too much. It's too much. 61 is a huge number. If there's no problem with it, I don't think that the IMF will tell you now to merge all the accounts into a centralized bank account. Now let's go into the IMF provision and what they say. So in the IMF program, and I'm reading from the article 2023 Article 4 review, which spells out some of the new structural benchmarks that government must meet. And this is what ECG is leading it. The reason why it is important that the name ECG was mentioned 21, the acronym was mentioned 21 times.
In the IMF program.
In the Article 4 IMF program, document.
And what does it say?
So if you look at it, it says that, go to page 8, it says successful implementation of the energy sector recovery program measures require transparent and accountability in ECG's operation. This is the first opening statement by the IMF program. It says that the ESRP proposes a new merge to merge ECG's sub-account into a single collection account. This account will be audited on quarterly basis, and the authorities will publish the final report of July to September 2023 audit by end of February 2024. This is a new structural benchmark that we must meet as a country. It goes on to say that this report will highlight audit findings concerning purchase invoices, revenue collection from ECG customers, and the disbursement to IPPs, SOEs, and fuel suppliers under the cash waterfall mechanism.
All right. Kofi Amanu, so what is the directive on this from the PRC?
So the PRC actually want to make sure that this is done, so that we'll be in line with the IMF provisions. But if you look at what the PRC put out yesterday, some of the benchmarks that ECG was supposed to meet, or the orders, they met them partially. In fact, with their bank account, they could not provide all the details. And so yesterday we saw that they were fined 36,000 Ghana cedis. Now, it is important because this falls under the cash waterfall mechanism, where the IMF again here is talking about SOEs. SOEs, there is Akosombo there is Bui, who are all producing power for ECG to distribute. Now, we understand that the ECG, or the cash waterfall mechanism, has two categories, A and B, where it looks as if ECG is giving priority to the category A, sector players.
And leaving the B people out.
The B people out in the value chain. And you ask yourself, these B are state-owned enterprises, so how do you expect them to survive?
And to the extent that we've been told that we, for example, at some point had to go to the bank to raise overdraft, to pay salaries of their workers. Because ECG, the off-taker was not paying them.
Yes, and ECG is holding more than 446 million Ghana cedis that they are supposed to disburse to these state-owned enterprises. And since August 2023, they've not done that. They've deducted the money from their collection within the period and
but it's not going.
But it has not been.
Thank you very much, Kofi Ajay from our research desk. Now let me bring in again Mr. Edward Bauer, member of the Mines and Energy Committee. Mr. Bauer, so did this matter come up when you met players in the industry? This accounts that is become a subject of controversy.
Basically, these issues, before even we met them, we knew about these issues. Why? Because your colleague has indicated very clearly that there had been a clear admission of the fact that, look, if you look at the debt accumulation in the energy sector, there was a need to do something about it. Two, they assessed the value chain in the power subsector and realized that the ECG was the weakest link. And it was just because they could not account for the power that they produced. And that's why they said they should merge their accounts into a single account. Subsequently, the president goes ahead to say, merge your accounts. Ordinarily, or maybe just common sense would tell you that the appointee of the president would have complied with that particular directive. Now, PURC says, look, already between Ministry of Energy and Ministry of Finance, they had appointed PwC to first even audit their accounts based after the directives of the president to see how much we have in it. Only to come and realize that, one, ECG was not forthcoming with the accounts that they were giving. They were operating. Indeed, at the time of the audit, they only submitted only 6. They submitted only 6 accounts to PwC. So PwC, in their own finance, had indicated that look, we are unable to have a true sense of how much ECG was collecting and how much it was expending on its own internal operations and how much it was paying to the players in the value chain. Indeed, but one thing they could establish that based on the amount of money they have spent within that period and looking at the projected revenues they were supposed to get, they were spending more than what was assigned to them by the cash waterfall mechanism.
Yeah, mechanism.
Because the cash waterfall mechanism, they were supposed to be spending around. They are entitled to. They fall under category B, and they are entitled to category B. They are entitled to 20.17%, and they had spent far beyond the 20.17%. Fast forward, now we now get to know that not only were they operating 37 accounts that we thought, they are now operating 61 accounts. But that is not even where the problem is.
Because I'm wondering what is wrong with that in corporate practice.
Because the reason is because we are tracing the money, we can't find the money. The issue is that look, you simply cannot even account for the power you are using. Now you are supposed to pay people who you buy power from. You are unable to do it. The state says that we'll create a mechanism, and that mechanism is supposed to make sure that we put all the money in one pot, and when we will pay the people in the upstream sector. You are not doing that. And when the money comes, when you sell it, you distribute this money in various accounts. So we are unable to know how much you actually sold in terms of power, how much you actually collected in terms of power. And that's the point I'm just trying to make to you, that based on the tariff approvals that were given to them, and looking at the sales posted by ECG themselves, assuming because they were given a benchmark of 98%, so they said that collection losses of 2% was allowable and factored into the tariff. So what they meant was that by during that period that we're talking about, August to now, they were supposed to have collected about 8.9 billion thereabout. However, they said, look, let's even leave the 8.9 billion. But the figures we all agreed on that you had collected, which was supposed to be the 7 billion. Even that 7 billion, you only posted into the cash waterfall mechanism, the account, you only posted about 4.9 billion. So it means that you had excess of about 2 billion that had not been posted into the account. Where did that money go to? Because that money was supposed to pay in all the players.
Right.
And the part that is sad is that your gentleman, your colleague was talking about the 2 categories. We have the category A that is made up of the IPP, and category B, which is made up of the state-owned enterprises. Now, the arrangement is that because the IPPs are private sector organizations, the priority is given to them to pay them first. And usually they take the juicy part of the money. The crumbs that are left, government says that, look, we have a formula that you are supposed, we take that crumbs. The government has to pay an addition because remember the government is the shareholder of ECG. So the delta that is involved, the government is supposed to pay, add it to it, and they share it among the people. As we speak, from August up to February, as per the document that was brought out, no dime was given to any of these SOEs. It is rather in March that they did the payment.
And I understand that this is impacting heavily on BUI, for example. Gridco had to suspend maintenance of some of their plants because of this issue.
Not only BUI, Gridco, all the agencies apart from ECG are suffering. And all of them are depending on overdrafts to pay salaries. And that is the truth of the matter. Meanwhile, ECG is there and spending most of this money on procurement. And that is why I think that this is scandalous. This is, in fact, based on the report that has been given. I see PURC's findings are not based on independent data they made. This is based on the data presented by ECG itself.
Absolutely.
To them. So these are the facts they are gleaning from ECG themselves. And I'm sure that, remember that most of these documents, they are still studying them. I'll be surprised if there are no more scandalous issues that come. Because, for one, if you have a whole state entity that is bold enough to sign a statement to lie to Ghanaians, that part of the reason why we are having the load shedding was because we were doing, most of their transformers were overloaded, and therefore they were doing a replacement of that. And we've come to realize that out of the 630, or maybe if you even look at the 715 that was presented in the report, 626 of them were 100 or below. So it meant that they were never overloaded.
Right.
So you had only about 89 that was doing that. And meanwhile, you had Samuel Dubik Mahama, was bold enough as a public servant in the midst of crisis to sign a letter, a statement, lying to Ghanaians. And ECG, PRC has just simply exposed them for the liars that they are.
But Mr. Bauer, let me come in briefly here. I mean, so what do you make of what can best be described as, I mean, complete disregard to authority and even to the regulator in the way that the ECG has conducted itself in these reports?
Look, let me tell you, the truth of the matter is that if we're living in a very serious country, Samuel Dubik should not have a job today. He shouldn't have a job today. If we're living in a very serious country, the board members of ECG should have all been fired. But see, we are not living in normal times. We're living in a place in a country where the breaking of laws can be done in a very with so much impunity.
Financial implications imposed on them. Is that not punishment enough for you?
No, you see, look, financial implication does not necessarily mean you should still keep your job. The financial implication is not a substitute for the punishment for being incompetent. The companies have lost money as a result of this. Ghanaians have suffered because remember there's a social contract between the producers, the utilities, and consumers. Consumers are not getting the best service, even though they pay for their bills. They are saying that even if I'm not getting the best service, the law says that if you are not going to give me power, tell me within 3 days that at least I should have 3 days notice to tell me that I am not going to get power, or maybe on the 3rd day that I'm not going to get power. You have not abided by those ones. That is what they are punishing them for. But I'm saying that beyond just bridging the laws, I am saying that ECG, the board and the board that includes the MD, should be packing their bags and leaving their office, because this document is scandalous. It is something that is unacceptable. And if we're living in a very serious country, Samuel Dubik should have signed his resignation letter and then as if save the small, respect he has left for himself.
You from the Mines and Energy Committee, you've done some work on this. You are here to report your findings to the Speaker for the necessary direction that will come from out of it. Are you in any way interested in what the PURC has put forth? What value are you putting on it? And are you going to do further work on the expose in the PURC documentation?
You see what PURC has said has never been different from what we are saying, because we have had the facts from the utilities. Other things we have seen is what PURC has said, because we already know that these are the facts. Indeed, we have come to realize that the current crisis that we have, 70% of it is as a result of finance. And the reason why the financial issue is becoming even more pronounced is because ECG has decided to behave as an indisciplined player within the value chain. That is where the problem is. And that is why we are saying that until we correct the ECG part, and I'm not surprised that consistently everybody, including the IMF, locates ECG as the problem within the value chain. And even now we have managers who are not committed to ensuring that even the small that we can collect, we use it judiciously. Look, I have always given an example that you are a parent in a house. You borrow to feed your children. You borrow to pay school fees. You borrow to take care of their medical bills. The money comes. What will be your first line of action? Your first line of action definitely will be to settle those indebtedness that you have incurred as a result of trying to provide some particular type of quality life for your family.
Right.
You don't go contemplating on painting your house. So when you have a situation where you have so much debt owed to these utilities in the upstream sector within the value chain, instead of looking at the payment of these people as a priority for them to meet their operational costs, what you do is that you rather use that money for procurement for your internal operation. That is indiscipline. And that is why I said that somebody like Kelly Gajipo, who resigned, should have resigned many, many years ago. However, it is better late than never. He is gone. The other board members should leave, and that the MD himself should be packing his bag and leaving that office.
And if they don't, you expect the appointed authority to act?
I will continuously raise the issue that they must go. They have lost the right to that particular right, and they must leave the office. I am surprised that they are still there. Look, the management of ECG and the board of ECG have played a serious camp on us in terms of PR. They have created an impression that the current or the new management of ECG is a management that is doing so well. Look, The last time they were doing they were trying to recover what they call it, their debt owed by consumers.
Yes.
They had announced that about 7 billion was going to be collected. That was the target they had given. That 7 billion was going to be collected. At the end of it, they announced that they had collected 5.7 billion.
Right.
Ask them, why did they put that 5.7 billion in the cash waterfall mechanism? For them to apply to all the players in the value chain. Go to Ghana Gas today. Ghana Gas, they are spending money. Ghana Gas is pumping money into the supply of gas to the utilities, but they are not being paid. And because they are not being paid, they also cannot pay GNPC. For GNPC to also now sit down to pay their partners within the upstream sector and the petroleum sector. What kind of indiscipline is this? And so I think that, you see, President Akufo-Addo checked out many months ago as being the president of this country. So he can't be bothered as to what is happening. I am really irritated by the fact that this is a sector that we were struggling to see how we could bring it back to normalcy, to ensure that we can have reliable and affordable electricity supply to Ghanaians, devoid of debt and stress. What these people have done under President Akufo-Addo is to mess up the sector. And they have now appointed people who simply cannot be bothered about whether the country has a viable power sector or not. They can't be bothered because in their houses, they can put on generators and have lights. And when the lights go off, so they can't be, and they can afford to buy the fuel that is skyrocketing, fuel that is making people not to even be able to get their daily bread. Because they can afford those things, they can't be bothered. And Elton, today, this afternoon, I'm so irritated because I'm just disgusted by the level of indiscipline that is being perpetuated within the industry. Then you have the president sitting in Kumasi that he is coming to commission a particular plant that he didn't even do. I mean, this is an apology of the country.
Right, Mr. Edward Bauer, all fired up. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon. And of course, the ECG did remain tight-lipped on this matter. All board members cited in the PRC report, they've made it clear that they will not speak to this matter, at least for now, and then subsequently they will speak to the media. But the ECG MD is actually out of town. You know, PDS also took government to court, and then there's an arbitration going in London, and it's also there. And again, this is an energy, infused pause this afternoon here on Joy News. And I will take you to Kumasi. I'll also bring you Dr. Kwabena Doko's reaction to the Mary issues and the fact that his house was raided. He was investigated. He claims that he feels exonerated by the current development. So we'll take you to Kumasi and we'll bring you that interview. But now let me take you to Washington, D.C., because the IMF is projecting that Ghana's economy should rebound strongly from next year following the current recovery being recorded. The fund is therefore projecting 4.4% end-of-year growth for the country. Joy Business' George Wiafe joins me live from Washington, D.C. with the latest on this matter. And George, it's really good to see you from the other side. And it appears the IMF is just upbeat about growth improving, but even inflation. I mean, walk us through what is informing the optimism in the Ghanaian economy from the perspective of the IMF. And if you can unmute for me, George.
Is it better now?
Yeah, it's better now. Now I can hear you loud and clear. Please go
on. So, Elton, this is based on a research that they put, or a report they put together in terms of their World Economic Outlook report, where they do scenarios on every country that is a member of the IMF. And one can say that when they do the extrapolations on the economy, it appears that the reforms that are taking place in the fiscal area and even monetary area is gradually impacting on the economy. To quote one IMF official who's argued that, listen, all the targets that were set under the fund program, Ghana has actually overmet, if I can use that expression, the target in terms of growth, the monetary targets. And based on these indicators that they explore, they look at, and that is why they think that growth is going to rebound strongly going into next year. Even government itself was looking at around 2 or 3.3% next year. But it appears that the fund is very, very robust about the economy going forward. And this is hinged on the reforms that are taking place in the various sectors of the economy as a result of the IMF program. And based on all these things, the fund strongly believes that growth will pick up strongly next year and even going into 2026, Elton.
You hear all these nice words, and of course, you also do know that we are at this spring meeting to try and see our way clear in terms of assessing the next tranche of the IMF fund to Ghana. And there are some conditions that we must meet, including, having that agreement with our external creditors. Can you update us on this matter?
So, Elton, when the team came into town to carry out their second review, one would say that at the staff level, we have completed the second review. Now, what is left for the IMF is to take this report to their management and again to their board for approval in terms of whether indeed we have met all those critical targets under the IMF program. And Elton, the data that the IMF was looking at was ending December. Now, one critical thing that Ghana needs to meet before the staff can take Ghana's report to the board for approval in the disbursement of some $360 million is that memorandum of understanding that we should reach with the bilateral creditors. And this is not the Eurobond holders. This has to do with the multilateral lenders and bilateral creditors. And what we have picked up is that, Elton, that MOU, that deal has been reached with these bilateral creditors. And and this was even reached way back in February. Now, what we understand is that it has to go through the official creditor committee, which involves China, France, and other developed countries. Now, Elton, it has to do with the wording of the statement. It is very important that everything that is put out, all the members on that committee agree in terms of whatever deal that Ghana has reached with the bilateral creditors. And that is why we've seen that delay. So that is the very, very important target that needs to be met before the IMF staff can go to the board. We don't know why that statement has delayed. First, one that they reached in January was the agreement in principle. What we understand now is that that agreement that could lead to the MOU being signed has been reached. So it appears that that critical condition that is needed, we have met it, and the staff can go to the board and present that document. But that is subject to the official creditor committee officially releasing a statement to the IMF that, listen, we are satisfied with the terms that Ghana has proposed in terms of restructuring. They are about $5 billion there. But Elton, the critical concern here, Elton, has to do with the negotiations with the Eurobond holders, or call them commercial creditors. It appears that some groups are not okay with the terms that government presented. But also one critical thing here, Elton, is that whatever agreement that government reaches with these creditors, they need to take it back to the IMF to secure their blessings. It appears that when Ghana took these agreement that they had reached with the Eurobond holders, the fund objected to it. Why? Because, Elton, the main focus of this program is also trying to reduce our debt in the long term. So don't get into any commitment in terms of the interest payment, the time we paid. That would end up ballooning your debt stock, because by 2028, we're supposed to reduce our debt stock in relation to our GDP to a very significant level. And so the fund actually has objected to those terms. So it looks like Ghana has to go back, rework those terms, and we are picking up is that there could be an agreement in principle reached with these creditors who have their representatives here in Washington, D.C., in terms of reaching a deal that could lead to an MOU before this annual IMF meeting ends here in Washington, D.C., Elton.
So therefore, the revised position of Ghana may find favor with the IMF team.
It appears that, and the IMF has made it clear. Even when the MD was in town, we had a private meeting with her. She stood by her argument is that Ghana should not allow themselves to be arm twisted by these commercial creditors, because it is very, very important that getting to terms or conditions in this loan repayment. And when it comes to the Eurobond holders, you're looking at restructuring about $13.4 billion. And it appears that some of these institutional investors have taken some entrenched position about the haircut that they should take. And also they're even proposing that, listen, we are doing this restructuring now because the economy is not doing well. We wanted an insurance where if the economy picks up, then pay us a premium in restructuring these holders. So it appears that there are some concerns with what they are demanding. But government is arguing that before this meeting ends here, they should be able to raise that agreement in principle. That should be the first step. The second step will be the MOU, and then the last step would be signing of that MOU, Elton.
Let me ask you just two quick questions so that I can let you go. Are there special programs for Ghana on the sidelines? And what is the IMF, position on the global economy, seeing how oil is now becoming a tool to further depress a lot of struggling economies, including Ghana?
Let me first talk about the oil projection, because when they launched their economic outlook report, they actually highlighted that, listen, we are projecting that oil could be rising by 15% in terms of the crude price if the current geopolitical tension in the Middle East doesn't ease anytime soon. And that could see a global inflation uptick of about 2%. The fund is warning that, for countries like Ghana that depend heavily on crude prices in terms of finished petroleum products, there are fears that that could derail the current recovery that we are seeing. But when the governor of the Bank of Ghana, during the recent engagement on the staff level agreement, I posed that question to him, and his response was that, listen, we may have seen the worst when it comes to inflation, and going forward, we could see inflation trend down. And that brings me, Elton, to even the IMF itself in their report. They are forecasting that we will get back to that single-digit range of 8% at the end of next year. That doesn't mean that we won't see blips, but it appears that maybe, Elton, if I can choose my words carefully here, we might have seen the worst when it comes to inflation. And because of those reforms and the shock absorbers that is being put in place now, maybe the impact might not be that grave when it comes to inflation in this country going forward.
All right, and I also asked whether there are sideline issues for Ghana in this spring meeting that you can report.
Elton, there are a lot of them. Don't forget that anybody who plays in the finance and economic space, this is the place to be when it comes to all the central bank governors, the multilateral institutions, the bilateral institutions, the institutional investors, the bank CEOs, everyone is here. There are B2B engagement with the IMF MD from the Ghana, that is the Minister of Finance. He will also be engaging, of course, some institutional investors, the multilateral institutions, the World Bank itself as well, and also some of these institutional investors that are even trying to support the Development Bank of Ghana in terms of the long-term funding to unlend commercial banks in the country, Elton.
All right, thank you very much, George Biafre from Washington, D.C. is a IMF World Bank Spring meeting that is ongoing, and you heard him say that Ghana is hoping to advance its talks with the IMF with the aim of securing that tranche, because we needed to meet some conditions, including having a workable, agreements with our external creditors, and that has been worked on. And so the IMF will look at it very carefully. Now, this is the pulse here on Joy News. Now, remember that our story following for you this afternoon is a commissioning of the renamed Ameri plant in the Ashanti regional capital, Kumasi. And President Akufo-Addo, as you can see in your show, is already seated together with the Energy Minister, Dr. Matthew Poku Prempeh, the Ashanti Regional Minister, Simon Osei Mensah, and of course, other leading members of government. And I'll be taking you live to Angomaso now, where the event is now underway.
CEO of VRA. And Lord, we thank you for the various inspired statements and speeches which will be delivered here today for the good of Ghana. We ask that you make her great and strong and a beacon of hope unto others. And now with unity of heart, I declare this ceremony duly opened in the name of the Father, the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you very much. Pastor Eric Kofi Boakye of ICGC Ahoji branch for the opening prayers. Your Excellency, grant me a little latitude to introduce some very important personalities here to grace this auspicious occasion. It is my honor and privilege to welcome our true leader, the great statesman, the champion of progress and development. Over the past 4 decades, he has dedicated his life to serving the nation with pride and paving way for the progress of Africa. Please, join me in welcome the father of the nation. And I recognize the presence of the sector minister, the Minister of Energy, and the MP for Manchester South, Honorable Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh.
Honorable Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh is one of the ministers under Akufo-Addo's regime.
I make welcome an accomplished economist and the longest-serving regional minister in the Fourth Republic, the Ashanti Regional Minister, Honorable Simon Osei Mensah.
Honorable Samuel Osei Mensah is the Ashanti Regional Minister.
Your Excellency, I welcome my very own Member of Parliament for Inshaeso. Now he's the Deputy Minister of Finance, Designate Stephen Amoah.
Honorable Dr. Stephen Amoah is the Deputy Minister responsible for finance.
I make welcome the board chair of the Volta River Authority, Mr. Kofi Tutu Ajare.
Board chairman, VRE.
And I recognize the presence of the Chief Executive of VRA, Mr. Emmanuel Anchidakwa.
Mr. Emmanuel Anchidakwa is the Chief Executive, Volta River Authority.
Your Excellency, let me again recognize.
All right, so this is a pause here on Joy News, and we will take you back to Angoma Swing Ashanti region, Kumasi, where President Akufo-Addo is commissioning the rebranded Ameri plant, now Kumasi Power Plant, in the Ashanti region. The aim is to stabilize power in the middle and the northern sector. But remember that in 2015, it was the NDC administration that facilitated the entry of Ameri when the country was going through severe power crisis. The sector minister then, Power Minister Dr. Kwame Adonko, was the one who made sure that the Ameri became functional in the country. Now, when the NDC lost power in 2016, in 2017, his office home was raided because of suspicion of some underhand dealings. Now, several years on, that case has yet to progress. He says that he feels vindicated because nothing untoward was done in the Ameri day. He's been speaking to us when the president and the head minister, they are ready, will take you live to Angomas. But here is Dr. Donko's justification for the bringing in of the plant in 2015.
You've raised some concerns earlier about the movement of the plant from Accra to from Abuazi to Kumasi, and the fact that it actually vindicates the NDC at the time you were purchasing that. Tell us a bit of the backstory to why the movement is possible now and why you think the NDC is vindicated now.
Well, in 2015, started late 2014, but in 2015, when we contracted the 250 megawatt LM 250s, that type of plant. When we contracted that, we consciously stated that the particular plant was in a modular construct, in that there were 10 25 megawatt units which could be dismantled and reassembled. And that we said one of the advantages of having that compared to, for example, the GE frame 9s, which we were used to, which was one big 110 unit. This one gave us the option to move it around the country when the exigencies demand that. And so for us, this is just the concretization of what we had said at that time. And so I don't believe those of us involved in the power sector in NDC, any one of us has an issue with relocating the plant from Abuaze to Angomaso in the Kumasi area. Indeed, we said they should have relocated all the 10 units at a go. They've relocated 6. We are now told they will be relocating the other 4 to the same place.
To make up for the entire 250 megawatts. Okay.
And let me also put this on record. It's always been on the energy supply plan to have generation in the central corridor, of which Kumasi forms a part. And there will be 2 major reasons for that. One will be the grid will be far more stable. And the second is that it will reduce transmission losses. As you carry power over distances, you lose some amount of power. But if the generation is closer to the consumption area, the losses, if any, in transmission will be minimal. So yes, there are advantages in the relocation, particularly now that there's a pipeline to that place. That, for us, we don't have a problem with that. I believe some of our communicators, the issue they raised was that the way it was presented as the K1 thermal power plant, if you were not in the sector, you will not know that this is the Ameri plant. And that if there was full disclosure that this was the Ameri plant being renamed at the time. Remember, the notices came out sometime last week. VRA is now only reacting, I believe, reacting to the confusion in the minds of Ghanaians by stating that this is the Ameri power plant they are renaming. If that had come earlier, I don't think the brouhaha would have even arisen.
I'll come back to how this movement is important, especially to maximize the productivity and how it will contribute to stabilize power in especially the middle belt and the northern belt as well. But I mean, in the past few hours, we've been receiving some reactions to, again, the cost of the plant. The original cost, we are told, is some $510 million. The reaction is that this could have come at a cost of some $290 million. Ameri only played a middleman role in the purchasing, and your government at the time paid them some extra $160 million. What are the facts surrounding the figures?
This allegation is either born out of ignorance or mischief. I will let you choose whichever. When they claim that we could have bought the machinery off the shelf at a certain price, to start with, you couldn't buy those equipment off the shelf. These are long lease items. You order, and it takes time. You are in an emergency. So if you chose to order, it was going to take at least 6 months for them to be delivered. That is one. 2, the so-called
290 million
did not include what we call the balance of plant, the switch and all the other things you need on site. So again, that's why I say if you are in the industry, you will realize that people are doing desktop research. They Google and find the cost of a unit from GE and say, oh, so if this could have cost this much. They don't understand the industry. The balance of plant has to be procured separately. That is 2. 3, anybody who understands project finance and leasing will appreciate that those taking that position are either ignorant or mischievous. First of all, if you're going to buy a car on high purchase, compared to if you're going to pay cash, do you pay the same price? You don't. To further buttress that, if you are going to, those who purchase properties, houses, if you are buying a house and paying cash down outright, I took a mortgage. And by the time you finish servicing the mortgage, it will at least be double the price if you had paid cash down. So there is what we call finance cost.
Okay.
Somebody's come to build a plant. You did not contribute a single cedi to it. And that the person will operate the plant for 5 years, after which he will transfer the plant to you for free. So there will be interest on there will be finance cost. And they could even be compound interest. And so you don't expect to pay the same amount that you would have paid if you had cash to pay for the plant at the time. It shows a total lack of appreciation of business principles.
So if Ghana were to go to the market at the time with physical cash.
Yes, assuming we had the money.
Assuming we had the money
Yes.
to go to the market to procure this plant.
Plant.
It would have come at a lesser cost.
Yes.
At the $290 million.
No, I'm not absolutely.
Not that exact figure.
No, absolutely 290 is the figment of somebody's imagination.
Okay, but it would have been less than the $510 million.
Of course.
By what margin?
I wouldn't know.
Okay.
Of course. If you had the money, 290 plus balance of plant, plus transportation, plus engineering services elsewhere. Yes, if you had the money, it would have been less than $510 million. But you don't have the money. Somebody is investing. Remember, in normal project finance, the combination of debt and equity 30%, debt 70%, that is the rule of the thumb in project financing. But this one, you are not even putting in the equity.
Equity is zero.
Zero. And then somebody comes, puts up the plant, generates power before you start paying over a 5-year period. There is interest cost. Look, assuming you even have 510 million, there is no debt, and you are putting it in, there is opportunity cost of that money. Because you have invested that money in something else and made money. So there's that.
You decide to.
There's that opportunity cost. Okay. Yes. But here we paid zero. And in very simple terms, I believe listeners can appreciate this. If you are going to buy a house, let's say $70,000, and you have the $70,000,
you take it at that price.
You take it at that price. The additional cost will be documentation and other things. You don't have that money. You go to the bank for a mortgage. The bank may ask you to pay 5% or 10%. And then the bank will finance the house for you. And then you will pay for the cost of the house over 15 years or 20 years or 10 years.
With all the
depending
interest
on
accumulation
precisely
over the period.
Yes, and so you will be paying, there will be repayment and then interest again on it. And so by the time you finish paying for the house, at the minimum, it will be double what you would have paid if you had cash.
Okay. At the time we did the purchasing of the plant, do we know how much it cost in the market?
With the balance of plant,
yes,
with the balance of plant, we'll probably be talking of, with all the engineering works and transportation, we'll be above 350 million.
Above 350 million.
We'll be talking above that.
350.
Assuming the plant was there. But let's not forget, this was an emergency plant. And so the lead time, if you go and pay, they say wait for 6 months. The debilitating load shedding we had and now have, to wait for another 6 months before the plant is manufactured or delivered. Were you prepared to wait for that?
Okay. Now, so is the rest of the work that cost the $160 million, is that what was executed by Ameri, or the entire
No, the whole
contract was
plant.
signed?
The whole plant, the contract was with Ameri.
With Ameri?
Yes. How they got their plant here was none of our business. You sign a contract, and in the power and the oil and gas sector, they use subcontractors. You sign your contract, and your key performance indicators are what the contract would have. They are to deliver within this, they deliver this quality, availability, this. Once they meet that, do you care where they went and got their plan from? Provided they deliver within the period. But let me even go further on this. You remember in 2017, 2018, the government of the MPP went to renegotiate this Ameri contract. What was the result of the renegotiation? They came up with a figure around 800 million, which was worse than what we negotiated under conditions of emergency.
The 510 million.
Precisely. And that led to the then Minister for Energy being asked to leave. Yes, being relieved of his position. It took Parliament, our committee, Mines and Energy Committee and Finance Committee, Joint Committee, to point that out. And what they tried to do was to extend the contract period further. And when they did that, ultimately Ghana was going to pay far in excess of what we were paying. Far in excess.
So that renegotiation actually didn't go.
It didn't go through because they came out with a deal worse than what we had on the table. So NPP and their apparatchiks have no moral right to even talk about this at this time. When today we own the plant 100% and it's been handed over to us per the terms of the contract.
So you signed a deal with Ameri and they were supposed to execute it. A name comes up, Metka. Were they also part of the plan? What role did they play in the whole installation?
They were subcontractors of Ameri.
Okay. And so that deal...
They were not in our contract.
Okay. So Ameri actually subcontracted them to do part of the business.
Yes, please.
They have nothing to do with the government.
No, we didn't sign a contract with Metka.
At the time?
We didn't.
Okay. Has any of them got in touch with you as the man who spearheaded the whole thing to get the details?
I am one of the most investigated former ministers of the land. Remember, there was a whole lot of investigation after we lost power. National Security named the whole investigated. If they had found anything untoward, they would have taken us to court. Did we ever appear before any court of law? No. So it was kosher, it was above board. Unfortunately, innate desire for power, clothed in ignorance, is what is raising this issue today. after the government had thoroughly investigated, found nothing untoward, and indeed went ahead to renegotiate and did a worse job. They don't have the moral authority. Unfortunately, the young men raising this were too young to probably appreciate this at the time.
Taking 250 megawatt to the central corridor and distributing that there and then towards the northern belt, I mean, what will be the contribution to the energy sector there and the contribution to power stability? And
you see, once you generate, you hook it up to the national grid, so it goes on the national grid. So it becomes part of the national connected transmission system. So the unique advantage is that, for example, if we take the western and the eastern corridors, sometimes we may be forced to do load sharing or import power from Cote d'Ivoire if the grid is not balanced, if all the generation for a period, there's a certain minimum generation you need in the eastern corridor and a certain minimum.
So that's the former Power Minister, Dr. Kwabena Donkor, who's also the Member of Parliament for Pru. He's the one who signed on the Ameri deal in 2015. Now I can take you live to Angomaso now, where the Energy Minister, Dr. Matthew Poku Prempeh, is addressing the occasion.
Nananom, any abusiafo a yeshia ha ne. Ene yeshia ha. Na de Ghana for hwe nanim to Abama MPP. Na Nadu Danko Akufo-Addo. Enoma na da na ni so so obeye. A waye. Ose ade ayo. Ebu baako eti na nananom yede ba ha ne mo ahia. Na Nadu Danko Akufo-Addo bedi ye mampanyin. Misro enemaka. Se mpotam bia ni ho a da na koma so kya Asanteman. Asanteman ni na di ni ye. Ena ono so ya atena asetena pa. Ti na ye na wie ye ba ha. Ani fefewe ebi si ye ba mu hada. Ebi si Asanteman da. Na Nadu Danko Akufo-Addo nti ebi asi ena wie. No kre obinya sebia anko obeye bi. Obinya sebia o tibi nya bi nti. Ena de osua wasa no, osa no achia nepa. Ghana bari bebre adwo we bi asi ho. Eso obi amusa se aden na ekọ ho. Ebi se soja ama Ghana yina. Esi wa kosombo Kwame Nkrumah breso. Esi wo akuse e champion abreso ebua esi wo bui president Akufo abreso esi e wo takrade president Rollins abreso ade na Danko Akufo-Addo de esi de esi Kumasi a o se Kumasi fo ade na ye bie da bi Ghana na ye chechire Ghana e na ye chechire sa ene awie ya ba he sa anyinam kane ya ye bie he se de VI fo kan ye no sa anya nukrani brodi baka every 2014 and agreed ko fu ni VI fo nyina hu se ye pese enyam kane agina ya e wo se ye hia se eye bi wo Ghana mfimfiri ha Asanteman mu nyina enso so menka se obi mpese oye o de waye ni ye bodi din de waye na Nadu Danko Akufo-Addo na we kra de eso ni fixture asienie sanana no mo hwe wa chinwe wa chia ane fa ha asase a agoma so ni mpanyifo ade ama ban a yesi ya ba jani energy no 800 megawatts mempa ebo a and say na Nadu Danko Akufo-Addo na dida asoi
na ne suade ehui a na wabɛte ho yi asadefo bɛyɛ ne asadefo bɛhyɛ animonyam ama abaayɛ bɛtuo yi na nanu danko Akufo-Addo party no asadefo aka sɛ ɔsi adeɛ ɔyɛ party ni a yɛde mu a na yɛ dɛ ɛkɔ mutio ɔmo mu ka bi ni nyinaa sɛbe ɛkɔ akɔyɛ sɛ ayɛ mpuatwa ne adidi atɛm adansi na nanu danko Akufo-Addo abɛyɛ wei wɔ asantemam nokorɛ ɔnyɛ asanteni ɛnso so ɛnyɛ obi bi ni obi o obi bi ni deɛ me say me ba ni ahyehyɛ mmara no da hɔ dadadada ne hyehyɛ no ato hɔ sɛ dabi yɛ fa nkɔ awareɛ beboa deɛ ne ho aso a ɔbɛba fie abɛsrɛ ɛde yɛ dɛn wode ɔbama ne wɛ dɛn ɛwae na Akufo-Addo asiesie ne ho wɔde n'ano aka wɔsi ne bo abɛsrɛ mpanyinfoɔ sɛ mekan mepɛ sɛ meyɛ ɔkaeɛ nso so kurowura ampopo ne ti ɔsɛ deɛ ɔde apɛ adeɛ ayɛ kɔkɔtɔkɔ no ɛde na aborɔ nti wɔka sɛ ɔbɛyɛ deɛ a bɛka me ne me mpanyinfoɔ bɛhyia ne ama mo asase na Nana Danko Akufo-Addo w'ani da asoɔ no ayɛ dɛ abam mesrɛ mo baka kakra sɛ manya Nana Addo anam na manna asante ne anwoma so mpanyinfoɔ ne Kumase amahene no mo ase a ne manya adeɛ madaroma ɛna mo ho fɛfɛ mu de abɛta akyi mo asase mo ayi bi na yɛde yɛ deɛ yɛyɛ aban damas nyɛ baabi a ne yɛkɔ a yɛnya ne saa Nyankopɔn nhyira mo na sɛ de mo taa akyi na mo ma yewo mu bie deɛ mo nkɔ so anta akyi na ade fɛfɛ sɛ nkɔ so anya den emra Kumase ne angoma so deɛ to so mienu meti wawia bi ana Nana Danko Akufo-Addo frɛ me ɛna ɔsɛ na wo ti hɔ yɛ KNUST yɛ pɛpɛnyi na wo ma mɛka nkyerɛ mi na elikɔbɔ obi a ɔnya ne yɛ ne den monhwɛ na mate sɛ ɔbaa yi yɛde KNUST hyɛ ne nsɛm a ɔbɛyɛ ade kɛseɛ beboa deɛ meka yɛ ne sɛ Nana Addo waka awie deɛ ayɛ deɛ woka deɛ yɛ yɛni nyame mu a ɛmɛnya ade bibia nsi yɛ de so but deɛ wo si wɔ de so ɔka deɛ ɛbɛhwɛ sɛ ɛbɛyɛ dɛn ɛbɛbɛm ampa Maame Dixon ɔbɛyɛ vice chancellor wɔ KNUST na asɛm na nyɛ ne da no mewu vice chancellor bi a ɔboa abɛka sɛ maame mmɔmmɔ mo nsɛm no asase yi a yɛte so yi ɛka KNUST ho ɛnso obi a ɔbɛba sɛ ɔpɛ sɛ ɔyɛ wei wɔ asase no so ɔmpusu ne ti ɛde wɔatwa asase kakraka ɛfiri sɛ ofiri sɛ ɛba a KNUST bɛnya ho mfasoɔ sukuufoɔ no ba bɛsua deɛ wɔ ha Ghana bɛnya ho mfasoɔ asanteman bɛnya ho mfasoɔ eti ne deɛ ɔbɛyɛ ne sɛ ɔbɛboa ma mpuntuo wei akɔ so momyɛ na n'ase sɛ baabi ayɛ ne saa akɛni sɛ yɛ brɛ nyame nhyira deɛ ɛtɔ so mmiɛnsa ɛyɛ president na nkurɔfoɔ mmienu a oyi ɔmo ɔne ɔmo yɛ adwuma VRA chief executive ɛna Greenco chief executive nkuranhyɛ a wɔn ahyɛ me sɛ me mmea m'ani ama yɛmfa wei mmra asantemam ha no ɛnyɛ nkuranhyɛ ketewa te yɛmo wɔn aba so VRA chief executive Greenco chief executive VRA board members Greenco board members ECG board members a wɔahyia nyinaa nyame nka mo ho na ɔnhyɛ mo den na ɔnhyira mo me kakra a mede bɛtwa toɔ no sɛ yɛbaa sɛ yɛbɛbie dan yɛ ano yi a yɛtwerɛ leta kɔɔ mampanyin hɔ sɛ yɛsrɛ no ɔmɛyɛ mampanyin adwuma dɔɔso papapapapapapapapapa ɛnso ɔse yɛmpo biribiara nsi ne kwan sɛ ɛnɛ da yi ɔbɛbɛba na ɔnoa bɛda mo ase na ɔnoa bie saa plant yi de akyerɛ mo enti yɛhyɛ aseɛ yɛsi yɛfiri anɔpa ɔsɛ anɔpa ɛnyɛ yie awia yɛatena ha atwɛn no Now the other one knew about the other free and Pacusian and Joanna. I could just take an edge here, Bebois, and one edge here. So obey, so obey, so obey, so obey, obey. Ah, Ade. Nana, yeah, that's it. Mani be back home. Mani back home. Nana, me, so no way. No, what you suggest. Now you're costing the shares at me. You're being shamed now. That was.
The Honorable Minister of Energy, the MP4, Manshia South, Honorable Dr. Matthew Poku Prempeh. Nana Roya de Niepine. At Mantini, me say, President Nana Akufo-Addo, why de Niepine?
Right, so you're watching the pulse here on Joy News, and a while ago you had the Energy Minister, Dr. Matthew Poku Prempeh. This is the inauguration of the Kumasi 1 thermal plant, formerly Ameri. And according to the Energy Minister, the decision to relocate the plant from the Western region to the Ashanti region was taken in 2014 when officials from the Volta River Authority and, of course, Gridco made proposals to government about the need to have a plant in the middle sector of the country to ensure reliability of power supply and, of course, to ensure quality power supply. Because according to them, by the time power is transported from the western and from part of Greater Accra to the Ashanti region, its potency would have, reduced. And so to reduce technical losses and ensure that the power is able to get to the consumer in the state it was first transported, there was the need to have a plant in the middle sector to take the power and distribute it to the rest of the country, especially the middle and the northern part of the country. And that's how come the discussion about the relocation of the Ameri plant was arrived. And between 2014 and up until now, that's what they worked on all the way till now. And today is the day that the plant is ready for inauguration to add to the national grid. There's been concerns about how much money has gone into it. We are told about $38 million. The minority, they've made it clear that they will probe into this particular matter. But the Energy Minister was emphatic that the location shouldn't be a matter of politicking, because we have Akonsombo Dam in another part of the country, we have Bui Dam, spearheaded by former President John Kufuor in the Bono East region, and then the Ameri or the Kumasi 1 thermal plant is now in the Ashanti region. What people should be concerned about is the improvement it will bring to power supply in the middle and the northern part of the country. That should be the overriding. That should be the overriding, motivation in terms of the establishment of this plant. Very soon we'll take you live to Angomas, where President Akufo-Addo will be the last person to speak, and then the plant will be inaugurated. But we'll take a short break and return with more on the pulse.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see F-I-N-T-E-X. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
Ekaprenu eya enu tina metufu se abribiara o twadea onsa nkoto no mprelu na mekanfo SCP ama SCP ewo tema Shahel ehwo na factory kese no esi ɛdeɛ na apɛ pavement blocks and kasankasa ɛna deɛ di si dan biara no okɔ shahira SCP ɛbɛma obi sɛ wopɛ sɛ wusiw dan na apɛ sɛ wogu concrete ɛnya fida akɔtɔ cement akɔpa abo akɔpa nwea ofrɛ SCP a card concrete ya messing the with quality cement wom on ba be good kama amount so whatever afienya dodowa aflawo bon any impatem ho nyinara your office I was Printers Road yani papaya restaurant in the dimhwedi
for SCP was 0501 672 608 and our toll free number 0800 626 262.
Honey and ginger, licorice and mussel, long pepper and violet. New honey cough, never cough, syrup, class away, class away.
Effective for relief from cough, sore throat, and throat irritation. New honey cough, class away. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advert is FDA approved.
Fortune rice, it needs just a little water. The grains don't stick and the aroma and taste are delicious. Fortune rice, always on point, just like mom.
Now introducing Fortune Emupa, your tasty Ghana rice for all your rice meals.
This advert is FDA approved.
It's the most wonderful news of the year. Are you ready? Aquaba Magic, Ghana's most loved storyteller, is now available on DSTV Access and GoTV Plus. Isn't that exciting? Now you can catch all the drama from the best local content offerings. Ayat de Brutal. Watch the brand new second season of the legendary Inspector Bediako, captivating second season of Madame, Brenya, Play by Ear, and so much more on DSTV channel 150 and GoTV channel 102. Aquaba Magic, dear, it's enjoyment overload. Oh. Stay connected to your GoTV Plus and DSTV Access at only 80 Ghana cedis. Aquaba Magic, Ghana's most loved storyteller.
By the end of the 4 years of my term in office as president, Accra will be the cleanest city in Africa.
Our rivers are choked. Our streets are hoarding it. Our landfills bursting. Our trash bags overflowing. And even the air we breathe carries it. Filth, it is everywhere.
Normally, there is a container here where they put the baller inside. But right now, they haven't brought the container back.
The Filth Exhibition, a JoyNews series, presents the alarming state of waste management, sanitation, and refuse left in our communities, presenting a compelling and urgent need for action.
This is a pause here on Joy News. We can now hear President Akufo-Addo speak on the Ameri inauguration.
The Chair and Deputy Ranking Member of Parliament Select Committee on Energy, MPP Parliamentary Candidate for Ofori-Krom, Municipal Chief Executive for Ofori-Krom Municipal Assembly, the Vice Chancellor of the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, the Chairperson and members of the Board of the Volta River Authority, the Chief Executive Officer and Management of Staff of VRA, Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana National Petroleum Company, Chief Executive Officer of Gridco, the Managing Director of Gensa Energy, the Chief of Awomaso and other traditional authority, the resident of Awomaso, fellow Ghanaians, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to be here this afternoon to commission the first phase of the Awomaso 1 thermal power station. Awomaso thermal power station with a total installed capacity of 150 megawatts located here at Awomaso. This project represents a significant step forward in our quest to provide sustainable electricity for our nation, particularly for inhabitants of the Ashanti region. As our population and economic activities continue to grow, resulting in increased power demand, projects such as this power station are important in boosting our energy supply to meet the expectations of Ghanaians. This power project is the first in Kumasi and by extension in the Ashanti region. It is very significant as it will improve the delivery of electricity to the middle and northern belts of the country. The project is further confirmation, if any was needed, of my government's resolve to ensuring that all parts of the country have the necessary infrastructure for development. It is in support of our determination to enhancing economic growth and social progress throughout Ghana. The Ashanti region is renowned for the development of small and medium-scale commercial and industrial enterprises. And it is my expectation that with enhanced electricity supply, these enterprises will expand and offer further employment opportunities to our youth. Ladies and gentlemen, in the course of the last 7 years, my government has had the opportunity to translate promises and assurances into result-oriented projects, especially as the Ghanaian people have in clear and absolute terms demanded results that will transform the country for all. One such commitment is the delivery of affordable and reliable electricity to drive our nation's industrialization agenda and position Ghana to become a net exporter of electricity in the ECOWAS region. Our national electrification rate of 88.8% is one of the highest on the continent, and the goal is to have full electricity access by the end of this year. In the areas of power generation, transmission, and distribution, my government has made and continues to make significant investments towards the provision of reliable and competitively priced electricity to assure economic growth. This is part of our commitment to realizing the 2030 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. I do acknowledge Regional Minister, Minister for Energy, ladies and gentlemen, and Nananom, the challenges that the people of Ashanti and indeed of other parts of the country have had to endure in very recent times over the supply of power. And I can only thank you for the patience you have exhibited in the face of these challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, I must perforce thank Otumfuo Asante, who graciously intervened with the authorities of the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology to release a portion of their land for the construction of this power station and gas pipeline infrastructure. And I thank the Vice Chancellor of the university for this important contribution. I thank also the chiefs and people of Anwamase, and indeed all stakeholders who contributed in diverse ways to making this project a reality. I am proud of the work undertaken by the Volta River Authority, VRA, in bringing the generating units and their associated equipment to Kumasi. Particularly, I commend the board, the management and staff of VRA for successfully relocating and reinstalling the gas turbine units, the related switchyard, balance of plant equipment, control room, cables, and all other aspects of the power plant on their own. Indeed, they have demonstrated that Ghanaian engineers from a publicly owned institution can rise up to the task of finding engineering solutions to build our nation. To top it all, VRA provided all the funds for the construction of this station, including land acquisition, permits and licenses, preparation of environmental and social impact studies, grid impact studies, civil works, electromechanical works, and commissioning of the plant. VRA, Aiko, Aiko. And I congratulate too GRIDCO, ECG, GNPC, and Gensa Energy for the respective roles they have played in bringing this project to fruition. I urge the Ashanti Regional Minister to provide the necessary assistance to ensure the efficiency and safety of this very important power station. And I charge the heads of our public utilities to work to improve their efficiency and reliability so as to drive down costs. Ladies and gentlemen, the presence of this project in the Ashanti region and the improved electricity supply it will provide imply that we must promote even further the industrialization of our country. I invite domestic and foreign investors to invest by putting up viable commercial structures that will utilize the resources within the middle and northern belts to accelerate the growth and development of the country. I want to thank once again everyone involved in the project for their support and cooperation. And accordingly, ladies and gentlemen, it is my singular honor and pleasure to declare the Anwomaso 1 thermal power station duly commissioned. Now, the Mr. said, mpanyinfoɔ na ɛwɔ ɔman mu a wɔne hu deɛ papa bi a ɛkɔ so wɔ Ghana sɛ twɛdi ampɔ Nyankopɔn bɛbie wɔn ani wɔne ahu deɛ ɛkɔ so wɔ Ghana. May God bless us all in our homeland, Ghana, and make our nation great and strong. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. President. Wonderful, wonderful. speech by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. You do all. You do all. You do all. Obian, sorry.
And also President Akufo-Addo live from Angomaso in the Ashanti region for the commissioning of the Kumasi 1 thermal plant, formerly Ameri, now in operation. Before we go, persistent gadget repairs and thousands of cities lost in some, projects continue to pose a challenge to the nation. We have more on this in subsequent bulletins. We can now log on to our website, myjoyonline.com, for more stories. But that's our show for today. Thank you so much for watching the Pulse here on Joy News. For more stories, log on to our website, myjoyonline.com. My name is Elton Brobe. Have a good evening.
How come say we all day my time inside, we all they suffer. Something they cause me, they cause you, they cause your son and daughter. Where we all feel come together and try to sort each other. Then you go turn around and sell out just because of dollar. Man just they think how fast he go fetch up something today. Forget about him, people, make them find them our own way. Forgetting, say the same people put on for where he day. He cast too high to see suffering below, he's too far away. Them get eyes, but them know they see. Them get heart, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say them get eyes, but them know they see. Them get heart, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. Myopia, they know they see nothing. Ice cold heart, they know they feel nothing. Bad minds, all they know they think about you. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say myopia, they know they see nothing. Ice cold heart, they know they feel nothing. Bad minds, all they know they think about you. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say them get ice, but them know they see. Them get hot, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say them get ice, but them know they see. Them get heart, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink.
Imagine a song without a voice. Imagine a church without prayers. Imagine a government without citizens. Imagine democracy without journalists. Imagine a world without the media. Life is full of issues and stories about people, communities, and governments. Stories that have to be told by well-trained journalists. That's why you can't imagine news without JoyNews.
By the end of the 4 years of my term in office as president, Accra will be the cleanest city in Africa.
Our rivers are choked. Our streets are hoarding it. Our landfills bursting. Our trash bags overflowing. And even the air we breathe carries it. Filth, it is everywhere.
Normally, there is a container here where they put the boiler inside. But right now, they haven't brought the container back.
The Filth Exhibition, a JoyNews series, presents the alarming state of waste management, sanitation, and refuse left in our communities, presenting a compelling and urgent need for action.
It's midweek. Hello and welcome to Business Live. Coming up, IMF expects Ghana to return to single-digit inflation from next year as it forecasts 8% target by the end of 2025. Meanwhile, economist Professor Eric Osai-Esigbe expresses worry the rising prices of crude oil and finished products could hurt the economy.
There is a global economic shock, especially if it has to do with crude oil prices. It gets directly into our transportation system. It passes through to inflation. And once inflation starts going up, you know the ramification to the economy.
We'll get to hear more from him from the ongoing IMF spring meetings in Washington. Also in this bulletin, stakeholders in the cocoa sectors from Ghana and Ivory Coast meet in Accra to discuss new measures to receive more from cocoa proceeds following recent rise in global prices of the commodity.
Today, the price of cocoa has increased at the world market, and you remember that the living income differential was introduced as a way of helping farmers improve their income. Considering what has happened over the years, the steering committee will today also have a look at going forward. What should be the approach?
Later on the Joy Business Van, we will bring you the story of footwear startup Gold Coast Tokota as it targets 3,000 pairs of slippers production. Details of these and many others for you. Please stay. Thanks so much for your company. I am Pius Kojobaka. The International Monetary Fund is projecting that Ghana will return to the single-digit inflation from next year. This was captured in the latest World Economic Outlook report. George Yafe has the rest of the story from Washington, D.C.
This projection was captured in the World Economic Outlook report released by the IMF on the sidelines of the World Bank IMF spring meetings in Washington, D.C., here, USA. The fund believes that if government sticks to those monetary and fiscal reforms under the IMF program, then indeed inflation will go ahead to trend down to hit the target of 8%. This doesn't mean that there wouldn't be blips next year, but the fund believes that the programs and the reforms that government is implementing will ensure that inflation will go down to hit that level being proposed or forecasted in its World Economic Outlook report. The fund believes that it is very important that the government stick to these reforms to help drive down inflation. The fund also believes that a lot more still needs to be done on the fiscal side, especially when it comes to election-related spending for this year, to ensure that inflation continues to trend down. The fund for this year is also projecting that inflation will end the year for 2024 at 15%. That is also what the Bank of Ghana is looking at. By the end of this year, that inflation would end at 15% or maximum up to 17% or even trend down to 13%. The governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Ernest Addison, recently argued that the worst that we've recorded with respect to the inflation rate might be coming to an end as he expects the rate to trend downwards in the coming months. He argued that they are committed to implementing those monetary measures to ensure that inflation trends down. For some, what could be the impact of this? This could mean that the Bank of Ghana may slow down on those tough policy measures that he's been introducing to try and check inflation in the market. For instance, hiking the policy rate to ensure that they deal with that excess liquidity in the market. This could also result that the Bank of Ghana may go low on those cash reform measures that have seen the ratio increase to try and check liquidity in the market. From the IMF headquarters in Washington, D.C., this is George Yafe reporting for Joy Business.
Let's stay a while longer in Washington, D.C. because economist Professor Eric Osei-Esigbe is worried that rising prices of crude and, of course, finished products could hurt the country's economic recovery. It follows fresh projection by the IMF of crude oil rising by more than 15% this year if current geopolitical tensions in the Middle East does not cease. Now, there are also concerns about the increase in transport fares and the effect on the cost of living. Professor Sigbe, who has been speaking to Joy Business in Washington, D.C., believes there are indeed challenging times ahead.
Be prudent, disciplined in terms of its fiscal approach. We have to ensure that there's fiscal control, expenditure control, essentially, and then also be more aggressive in revenue generation. Inflation has to come down. The disinflation process has to continue. Interest rates have to come down so that we can broaden access to finance for the private sector to continue to invest. The exchange rate, which is a key indicator, must also be stable. If we are not able to stabilize the exchange rate, the feedback into the economy is high. And as of now, you see the disinflation process has slowed largely because of the volatility in the exchange rate. And so government must do everything possible to ensure that there is macroeconomic stability. Interest rates should decline, inflation should continue to fall, and the currency should be relatively stable. If we do that, then we're going to consolidate the growth. And then also be mindful of its expenditure. We should also make FDI, create that attractiveness for FDI inflows because of the huge, saving gap that we still have. FDI has to come in. We should be able to support and to promote policies that improve on private sector development because they are the engine of growth, right? And so these are the key growth levers that will be required. And at the same time, also, as government is implementing these fiscal consolidation policies, there have been an adverse effect on poverty, right? Poverty has significantly increased by about 4 percentage points. And therefore, government has to be very deliberate in terms of cushioning the poor, the very poor, by rolling out a lot more of the social protection policies. Many more of the social protection floors have to be introduced, especially with the LEAP. The government must look at a way of increasing the benefit levels because inflation has eroded almost half of that, so that the poor too, can participate fully in the growth process.
As an economist, are you worried about the rippling impact on the Ghanaian economy? There are warnings that the current geopolitical tension in the Middle East could see oil prices spike. The IMF in their global economic outlook report today projected about 15% spike in the oil prices. Are you worried that could derail the disinflation process and even the recovery that we are seeing with the Ghanaian economy?
Absolutely. That's a heightened risk, right? It's a very downside one for the economy because our economy is overly dependent on the global economy, right? Which comes through over-reliant on imports, from everything, crude oil to automobiles, to food and everything. We import a chunk of our consumption, to Ghana. So if there's a global economic shock, especially if it has to do with crude oil prices, it gets directly into our transportation system, there are transportation fares, and therefore it passes through to inflation. And once inflation, the ramification to the economy, it begins to reverse every gains that we've made because interest rates will have to respond. The central bank has to respond by upwardly adjusting the interest rates, and that will mean that credit will be further squeezed, and then investment will be reduced and the growth will significantly fall. So it is the downside risk to the economy that if we are not careful, given what is happening in the Gulf region, it can derail, the gains or the disinflation processes that is currently ongoing.
Dr. Eric Odrosai, I beg your pardon, Eric Osei Esigbe, in that interaction with my colleague George Yafith there. We shall be bringing you more in our subsequent bulletins. But let's shift focus now to some other stories. Stakeholders in the cocoa sectors from Ghana and Ivory Coast are currently meeting in Accra to discuss new measures of receiving more from cocoa proceeds when the global price shoots up. Cocoa prices on the global market recently saw a sharp rise, compelling Ghana and Ivory Coast to increase farm gate prices for farmers. Discussing the way forward at the Côte d'Ivoire Ghana Cocoa Initiative, Public Affairs Manager of Cocoa Board, Fifi Boafo, disclosed that the two countries will be pushing for higher prices for farmers.
President of Ghana, Nana Akufo-Addo, and his counterpart, President Alassane Ouattara, initiated this whole initiative on the back of poor price to cocoa farmers. Today, the price of cocoa has increased at the world market, and you remember that the living income differential was introduced as a way of helping farmers improve their income. Considering what has happened over the years, the steering committee will today also have a look at going forward. What should be the approach? Yes, the living income differential was introduced at a point. Now you realize that the market is also improving. What is the new approach going forward? I'm not in a position to give you details because, yes, that's what the committee are going to look at. But issue of price, issue of how to manage the markets, and issue about production will definitely come up in this meeting. The issue about smuggling is one of the topics that will also be discussed today because you will realize that between Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire, the whole issue of smuggling, we've been at the receiving end. When I say we've been at the receiving end, we are the two major producers of cocoa. As such, you are unable to just keep your stocks and trade at a particular point in time. So we have done forward sales. Doing forward sales, and at a time where there's very limited supply in the market, people will want to have cocoa from these two countries. And then you realize that we have commitment to people we have traded cocoa to, so we have to supply cocoa to them. At this particular point, because we have to deliver cocoa to those we have contract with, and we do not have excess to sell on the spot, people want to take advantage because immediately they take it out of us and then we are not delivering to the spot, then they will go and sell and get benefit as a result of it. So yes, issues of smuggle will be discussed in this meeting.
Fifi Boafo there. Now, let's have a discussion on the back of this meeting and, of course, speak to the General Secretary of the General Agriculture Workers Union, Edward Kariwe, for some interaction. Edward, thanks so much for joining us via phone. And how important or relevant is such meetings between Ghana and Ivory Coast in their quest to push for higher prices for farmers? And I'm asking whether can any positive thing come out of it?
Well, good evening to you and then to our listeners. I think it is only when it comes to commodity producers that they don't have control over the market. Naturally, those who produce are supposed to determine the market price and then the quantity that they can supply. So, but when it comes to commodity products in the world, I believe the consumers, which are the industrialized countries, have made it very difficult for commodity producers to determine the price, and that is the case with cocoa. Now, Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire, fortunately, have had a very good relationship on how to deal with the international community. So I think that this is a healthy relationship and then a healthy meeting to look at the new developments within the cocoa industry and the international market price and see how they can push the other side of the stakeholders, that is the cocoa consumers, to get as much as possible from the windfall that is coming at this time.
I then guess that there is a legitimate concern or cause for producing countries like Ghana to demand for an increase in prices, right?
Well, you know, there are two levels of this challenges. One, how to benefit more from the international market. And then two, when you benefit from the international market, how do you make the distribution at the internal level? So what will go to farmers will be juxtaposed against the overall stakeholder role that they play, the value chain, the operational costs, and so on. So it is when you get enough from the international community that you can now come down and see how you are going to distribute it. And I just hope that farmers will also get their fair share of whatever may come out of these meetings.
What if these exporting countries reject the increase in the price we are selling, especially our cocoa, when what becomes of Ghana and Ivory Coast?
Come again.
I'm asking that, what if these exporting countries reject the price we are selling to them? And I'm asking what becomes of Ghana and Ivory Coast?
Well, once we are exporting, you are supposed to be determining the price. But unfortunately, that is not the case with cocoa board. With cocoa. Cocoa is one of the commodity prices. You can see that oil producing countries have found their feet and their power in the world, and they now determine the price of oil, and then they can reduce the production. In our case, it is the international community that buy our cocoa who determine the price. So with the collaboration that is going on, if they get other countries to join Ghana, then you'll come to find out that years to come, Ghana will be, cocoa producing countries will have the same power like that of oil, and then they'll be dictating the price in the international market.
Great. Thank you so much, Edward Carriware, General Secretary of the General Agricultural Workers Union, speaking to us there. This is still Business Live. We've got more for you after this break.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future, together. EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa.
Hello? Bye.
Well, everybody's heard about the bird that we got. Bird is the bird that we got. Bird is the bird that we got. Don't you know about the bird? Well, everybody knows that the bird is the bird that we got. Bird is the bird.
To consider the implications.
Hello, welcome back to Business Live. From making 1,500 pairs of the Royal Sleeper Hinima in its first year of operation, Gold Coast Dokuta is hoping to double the number in its second year. Founder of the footwear startup is not only promoting Ghanaian slippers, but aims to create jobs for the many unemployed youth. Now, the concluding part of our feature on Gold Coast Dokuta on the Joy Business Van is next.
The Joy Business Van is brought to you by EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa, MTN, what are we doing today? The making of the royal slippers, carefully crafted, carefully sewn. We are at Gold Coast Tokota, the footwear startup which has been in operations for barely 2 years. Tokota, in the Ghanaian local language Ga, means slippers. It's a business started by Samuel Kumijeo to promote the Ghanaian slipper Ahenema.
As the name suggests, Ahene Ma. So it was normally made for kings, for the sons and daughters of kings. So that's why I call Ahene. Ahene means, literally it means king. Ma means children. So it was made for kings and queens. So it's actually like a special footwear for the royals. But this time around, just because we've added a lot of modernization, we actually perceive everyone in this world is actually a royal, so they can actually use the Ahenema. Charlie also. Yeah, Charlie. Also, I guess something give you in this. You see this one is fire. So you go try and then you will see how you go.
The Ahenema is not just beautiful to wear, it is symbolic.
It comes in different, with different Edinkra symbols. The Edinkra symbol tells our story. So we have the Jinyame, we have the Akofina, we have the Akobin, we have the Epa, we have Nyame Yohine. We also have Sankofa. So these are actually the various Edinkra symbols that we have. So after making the Ahenema, we normally put the Edinkra symbol on the Ahenema to tell the story. We even have Aya. Aya means I'm not afraid of you. So supposing if, let's say, I have maybe a grudge with you, or maybe you take me to court and I'm to wear an Ahenema and I put Aya on it, it means you're the person that I have the case with you, I'm not afraid of you. So each of the Edinkra symbols have their meanings.
Gold Coast Tokota made 1,500 pairs of slippers in its first year and is planning to double the number.
When we started, the patronage was very low because there are lots of people who are making the Ahenema. So before I started, as still in 2022, based on the R&D that we did, we actually got to know the loopholes in the system, in the Ahenema ecosystem. So we jotted everything down. And that's actually why we are capitalizing on. So the very first month, I can record the very first month, we sold, was it less than 1,000 CDs? Yeah, but this time around, the sales have increased exponentially. We're actually making the numbers.
Samuel believes investment in branding and marketing has helped boost sales.
We actually go the generic way. We have our customers, as in the old customers that we have, they've always been giving us referrals. So referrals are actually our best form of marketing. We actually also on social media. We go for networking events. Myself and my co-partner, we go for networking events of which we talk to people about it. We go for trade fairs and also exhibitions so that people who can't come to our physical shop can actually have a feel of how our Ahenema looks like, and also a feel of how it feels like. The major challenge will actually be human capital, because of quick money, this round the youth doesn't want to just learn a skill or maybe learn a trade. That would be the very first. And secondly will actually be the taxes in the system. Even the normal sponsor that we do, we even pay for taxes on them. The third one will actually be as in machinery, because the dream has always been start small and start local and think global. But thinking global is very expensive, because at times the machinery that you started with, you just have to just drop them and get new ones.
To address the challenge of human capital, Samuel is investing in training young people and the physically challenged. He actually wants to start a training school.
We have the strap, we have the insole, we have the sole, and the sole comprises of the macro and also the bona, and also have the crown. and I'll take it. So with the strap, it can either be made of velvet, leather, or suede. With the insole, it's normally the macro, and we add a leather to it. With the sole, we have the macro and also the bona, and we have the crown.
It's been an incredible journey for Gold Coast Tokuta so far.
If I'm to compare the time that we started to now, we've increased, and also our customer base. So when we started, I think the very first month, we had just 7 customers. But this time around, we can actually brag of 2,000 customers. And in the next 5 years, we are thinking of getting like 10,000 customers in Ghana and 1,000 customers in Africa. That's actually the dream. And the most important thing about Gold Coast Tokuta is just our customer, because with us, we are customer centric.
Gold Coast Tokuta currently distributes its products nationwide and is targeting the global market.
We want to spread our tentacles to different parts of West Africa. And in the next 2 years, we'll actually be different parts of Africa. So next year we have a shop in Lagos and also Abidjan. We are still in the talking process of which we'll be shipping our products to Lagos and also Abidjan.
It's a step into excellence with Gold Coast Tokuta.
The Joy Business Van was brought to you by EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa. MTN, what are we doing today?
Could you back up for more stories? Do log on to myjoyonline.com/business. Good stories there. You have the IMF projects 4.4% growth rate for Ghana in 2025. Also on IMF, the program broadly on track, but expenditure rationalization not enough. That's according to a report. And we have great stories on that portal. Do visit there and get yourselves updated. Thanks so much for your time. Let's connect same time tomorrow at 5 p.m. But I'll see you later at 8 p.m.
With the Paris Olympics just 100 days away and Egypt preparing a bid for 2036, is it just a distant dream for Africa to host the Games for the first time? Thanks for joining us on Focus on Africa. I'm Rhoda Odhiambo. We begin with Ethiopia's hunger crisis, a conference aimed at raising $1 billion in international aid to tackle the country's humanitarian needs has just finished without hitting the target amount. The UN says the money is needed to urgently cover for aid for just the next 3 months. However, the meeting in the Swiss city of Geneva did generate more than $600 million in pledges. Now, these were from 21 donors, with the United States contributing the highest amount. However, according to the United Nations, this isn't enough. They say $3.2 billion is needed this year alone to tackle the crisis. Now, this particular money is needed to assist some 4 million internally displaced people, but so far there's been only less than 5% of funding. More than 21 million Ethiopians are currently in need of assistance due to the effects of conflict and climate change. The BBC's Kalki Daniel Beltal told me more about the situation in the country.
The high-level donor conference was part of efforts to mobilize resources for the UN to meet humanitarian needs in Ethiopia. It was co-sponsored by the UN itself, Ethiopia, and the UK. Several Western countries were in attendance, and the need to urgently provide more financial support was a theme echoed by all the attendees. Ethiopia currently has a large portion of its population, around 21 million people to be precise, who are dependent on aid. Financial support pledged at the event is expected to boost the UN efforts as it tries to provide aid for around 15 million people, many of whom require food assistance. $3.2 billion are required by the UN this year to meet all the needs in Ethiopia. But before this event, less than 5% of that funding was available. The conference target was $1 billion, but unfortunately above $600 million was pledged. The US and the UK are the largest contributors. The UK's Deputy Foreign Secretary, Andrew Mitchell, who spoke at the event, urged donors to do more than, to use his phrasing, empty words. Protracted conflicts in various places across the country, as well as climate shocks like drought and flooding, are the reasons behind Ethiopia's large population that are dependent on aid. The country also has more than 4 million displaced people. However, because of other pressing crises across the world, like in the Middle East and in Europe, the country's humanitarian crisis does not seem to get enough attention. Earlier this week, in a similar event held in Paris, more funding was pledged for the neighboring Sudan that's been blighted by a devastating war for the past year. Here in Ethiopia, the government says it's mobilizing all its efforts to provide aid for those who desperately need it. But there have been criticisms from its opponents that it's not doing enough.
Now, as Ethiopia's humanitarian crisis deepens, fresh clashes have erupted between Tigrayan and Amhara militia in disputed district of Raya Alamata that borders both regions. Authorities in the Amhara region have accused Tigray forces of launching an invasion. Now, this is the first violent incident involving Tigrayan forces since a peace deal was inked 2 years ago, ensuring a fragile peace and ending of one of Africa's deadliest conflicts. Tigray forces have not yet responded to the latest accusations that include violating the peace deal. Tedale Lema is an Ethiopian journalist who has covered the region for years. She told me what this latest flare-ups mean for the peace deal.
Let's hope that this is not the end of it. But it's important to recognize first and foremost that this is not a peace deal per se. We would have had a peace if it was a peace deal. This was a mere ceasefire agreement. And what has ended over the past 2 years is the actual confrontation, the militarized confrontation. Peace in and of itself is a long way to go. But even that militarized confrontation might have a chance of relapsing because there is a failure in delivering the points that were stipulated in the Pretoria Agreement.
What were some of the points that you've mentioned in this particular ceasefire that have not been honored by the federal government?
I think the sticking point at the moment, and which is what is leading to the renewed clashes between the two regional states, is that the federal government was mandated, according to the ceasefire agreement, to ensure the withdrawal of foreign forces and non-ENDF forces. ENDF is the Ethiopian National Defense Forces. So right now, Western Tigray and parts of Southern Tigray, as well as northern and northeastern part of Tigray, are still under the occupation of Amhara forces and Eritrean forces. This was primarily the federal government's responsibility to ensure the withdrawal of these foreign forces. And the clashes that are happening now, particularly in southern Tigray, is because of the presence of Amhara forces that have established some kind of administrative structure in the areas that they have occupied for the last 2 years.
We also see that in this particular region, there was a district officer who led to this, who was killed. Why is this particular region called Alamata contested, and what led to the killing of the district officer?
Alamata is just one city. It's one of the biggest cities, but there are several localities and it constitutes part of southern Tigray, that areas that are still occupied were, at least until 2 days ago, under the Amhara forces. The killing, there are contested accounts of it, but what is emerging now, especially as of today, did happen in a confrontation between the federal forces, the ENDF, and this informal administrative structure that was established for the last 2 years there. From what we gathered is that there was an attempt by the federal forces to disarm, because they finally wanted to dismantle this informal administrative structure that was built there, and a confrontation ensued between the parties that are occupying the area and members of the federal forces. And that has led to the killing of at least 2 known officials, one being the administrator of the Alamata city.
And what's been the government's reaction to this?
Unfortunately, I have not seen a reaction from the federal government as of yet. They should have released a statement, but the formal statements that we have received so far is from the Tigray interim administration. The deputy interim administrator General Tadessa Wareda gave a statement to the media yesterday, and the president himself posted something on his Twitter page. And the Amhara regional state government today released a quite inflammatory statement. Actually, it's quite concerning. The content of the statement is quite concerning. It calls for a mobilization of the general public against what they call is the invasion of the Tigrayan forces.
What would it take to put an end to bring peace in these particular regions, and also to ensure that the Pretoria Agreement is fully implemented?
It takes, first and foremost, in my opinion, and I think this is the opinion widely shared by people who would like to see peace in that area, is for the federal government to show its commitment of ensuring the constitutional order.
Ghana has failed to reach a workable debt deal with its creditors as the West African country pushes to restructure the money it owes. The development has been described as a blow to Ghana, which was once considered an economic success story but is now in crisis. Zambia and Ethiopia are also reworking their debts in a process that began during the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, the progress has, however, been slow, holding back the country's economic recoveries and access to much-needed overseas loans, aid and investment. So what are these challenges that these countries are facing? Here's Daniel Dadzi with a breakdown.
So let's assume I borrow $100 from you and I promise to pay back $150 in 3 months. When it's time to repay, I realize I don't have enough money, so I need to negotiate. I come back and I say, look, allow me to pay you $120 in 6 months instead of the initial agreed terms of $150 in 3 months. But if you were the creditor, why would you agree to these terms? That's the question that countries like Ghana, Zambia and Ethiopia are having to answer as they are currently in negotiations with people they owe. But wait, why can't they repay their debts in the first place? Well, they've been borrowing money to repay their loans. But now they owe so much that it's become difficult for them to repay. They asked the IMF for help, but the funds they received are not meant to pay off these debts. They are directed towards job creation and social services like hospitals and schools. The IMF directed them to go back to the people they owe and negotiate new terms. And that's where the talks come in. Now, in the past, most developing countries borrowed from other countries and international bodies like the IMF or the World Bank. The IMF, for instance, takes contributions from numerous nations so they can offer support in times of need. Ghana and Zambia have agreed to new terms with these lenders, but there's a third category of people involved. These are private commercial companies which often lend for the purpose of getting a profit for their shareholders. It's talks with this third group of people that are in a deadlock.
Well, Jude Addo is an economist and the CEO of the global investment company JA Group, and he joins us to give us more perspective on the show. Thanks for joining us on the program. And Jude, just to get a better understanding, why has Ghana not been able to have a better deal with the creditors?
Well, it's good to be with you, and hello to your viewers. So I want to start by how we got here. I think that's very helpful. In very simple terms, about a decade or so ago, many African countries like Ghana started a campaign of fairly aggressive borrowing, and many nations in the global north were on their own campaign, essentially, of lending lots of money to developing countries like Ghana. The stars were aligned for both sides. After the global financial crisis, interest rates were at their lowest in decades, so it made sense for African countries to borrow cheaply. And it also made sense for developed countries to lend to poor countries because they could make better returns than the low yields that they were experiencing in their home countries. In Japan, for example, the yields were in negative until recently. Also, the Africa Rising narrative caught on like wildfire. So over time, it led to a fairly large, dollar-denominated debt pile. And then the tide changed. The pandemic happened, inflation went through the roof, and in response, central banks globally started increasing interest rates. So developing countries like Ghana were stuck on one hand, you have less cash due to a weaker economy to pay your bills. And on the other hand, you can't go and refinance your debt, because new loans you take out now will be at an even higher interest rate than the current ones you were holding. So Ghana, like other countries, defaulted on its loans, and that's why we are at the negotiating table.
But Jude, if we look at the repayment process of these debts, particularly with Ghana that has been seen as a success story economically in the African continent, has the government been truthful with the creditors as to why it's not been able to repay the debt in good time? We've seen most countries have argued about the COVID-19 pandemic and the crisis in Ukraine, but we've seen the depreciation of the cedis in Ghana and also the fact that there has been rising inflation.
Yeah, I think the Ghanaian authorities have been as honest and truthful at the negotiating table as much as they can be. I mean, the writing has been on the wall for some time. The debt stock was simply unsustainable, and you can't just make it more sustainable by extending maturities and lowering interest rates. I think ultimately where we probably need to get to is where we were somewhere in 2000. Around the HIPC era, where there was ultimate debt forgiveness. And I've seen a lot of narratives coming out from, thought leaders on this specific topic. I think that's what we need to get to.
So what's the best way forward for Ghana and other countries that are in this particular situation?
Honestly, the best way forward is the point that I made earlier, which is it's obvious that the debt is not sustainable, and forcing the borrower down the path of severe austerity, especially in developing countries like Ghana, has disastrous consequences. The obvious answer for me is debt relief. Many countries in Africa spend more on interest payments than they do on funding critical services like healthcare and infrastructure. So some form of debt relief is the ultimate solution, and the sooner we get there, the better.
All right, thank you so much, Jude, for your insights. And here's what's still to come on the program. 100 days until the Olympic Games begin in Paris. But could Egypt be the first African country to host the event? We'll look at the pros and cons of their 2036 bid. province. The South African contingent was made up of 1,500 soldiers. Now, earlier this month, Botswanian troops also withdrew from Mozambique. There are now 6 remaining military contingents, including Angola, DR Congo, and Zambia, but they are set to exit the country by mid-July. According to the UN, more than 70,000 people have been displaced since December last year due to attacks by armed groups. More than 1,000 people have also thought to have died. The Cabo Delgado province has been facing attacks for 6 years now. It comes with the country preparing to hold elections in October. So what does the departure mean? Professor Adriano Nuvunga is from the Center for Democracy and Human Rights, and this is what he had to say.
The impact of South Africa and overall Samim leaving Cabo Delgado is disastrous. That will negatively impact Mozambique's strategy to fight violent extremists and terrorism in Cabo Delgado.
Is it clear why South Africa is withdrawing its troops?
It seems that international community hasn't been willing to support, but also it has to be said that the Mozambique government did not give the right support to Samim and South Africa more specifically.
At the beginning, the government was not willing to have foreign troops come into the country to be able to contain violent extremism in Cabo Delgado province. What should the government have done differently, and how can they be able to ensure that the region will be safe?
Government has treated differently Samim and Rwandese. It is treating very well Rwanda, but not giving the right support. We haven't seen the Mozambique government improving its security sector governance to deal with the violent extremism. So unfortunately, we risk to see a vacuum with the departure of Samim, which will not immediately be filled, and this can lead to the expansion and the entrenchment of violent extremism, which will put in risk socioeconomic livelihoods of the populations there, and it can also be a base to destabilize the entire region.
The country has troops from Angola, Tanzania, and even Malawi. So will these troops be enough to contain the insecurity?
Absolutely not enough. This is a wrong policy from Mozambique. It's a wrong policy from SADC, but it's also a wrong policy from the international partners that have failed to contribute the necessary funding to enable Samim to stay and allow Mozambique to gradually create the capacity and be able to, with its own internal capacity, to repel violent extremists.
There was a project by Total to set up a 20 billion liquefied gas project in Mozambique. Now, with the departure of Botswanian troops and now South African troops, will that have an impact?
Absolutely. This is where the international partners come in. And my criticism to the international partner, that they seem to have enabled the Rwandan deployment to northern Cabo Delgado to enclave the Duat area where the LNG project will take place. With the Samim departure and Mozambique not being able to repel violent extremism, it will create a two Cabo Delgado, one that is protected for the gas and the rest of the province which is not safe, which in the mid and long term, it will not be enough to give the protection for the investments.
The 2024 Olympic Games in Paris are 100 days away, but staging the world's biggest sporting event is a privilege Africa has never been afforded. That could set to change, with Egypt preparing to table a proposal to the International Olympic Committee for the 2036 Games. With construction on potential venues well underway and some already completed, one Egyptian official has declared it is, and I quote, time for Africa. But what would it take for the continent to host the Olympics for the first time? Well, joining me now to discuss this is Dr. Camila Swart-Ares, who's an associate professor and director of sport and entertainment management at the University of Hamad bin Khalifa in Doha. Thanks for joining us on the program. Now, Dr. Khalifa, the first modern Olympics were held in 1896, yet no African country has ever hosted it. Why do you think that's the case?
Yes, unfortunately, it's actually an indictment against the Olympic Games, who claims to be universal, but yet we have not seen a Games in Africa. We've had Egypt and South Africa bidding in the past, but I think to a large extent it's been influenced by geopolitics and an unequal distribution of games, particularly with the dominance in Europe and the West in particular. And it's only recently that we have seen a shift with BRICS countries hosting both the Olympic Games and the FIFA World Cup, but yet we have not had that fifth ring fulfilled with the Games in Africa.
And looking at the bids that have been put forward to the IOC, you once worked on a campaign that saw South Africa come close to hosting the Games in 2004. Why do you think the country missed out?
I think it's been it's been complex and it's nuanced, and I think there are lots of contributing factors, but particularly in relation to geopolitics. South Africa had just come out to re-emerge from apartheid, has not had a track record at the time with Olympic sports in particular. And I think it's very important to underscore that having a track record of hosting major events is something that is particularly important with hosting a Games, because with that comes the building of infrastructure, but also building capacity and soft infrastructure to host the Games. Okay. So I think at the time it was also in relation to the bidding process that was not in South Africa's favor at the time, and that has changed now.
And Camila, if we look at now Egypt's plan to potentially host the bid very soon, do you think it could become the first country to host the Games?
It's certainly the first African country that's put its name forward, and given the changes in the IOC in terms of the processes, it makes it a lot more feasible for an African country to host the Games. And so certainly Egypt does stand a strong chance to be that African country.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Camila, for your comments, and we hope that Egypt will be able to host the first modern Olympic Games in Africa. And now a reminder of our top stories. Donor countries have pledged more than $610 million for humanitarian aid for Ethiopia as the country faces a dire food crisis. The conference had called for $1 billion in funding. It comes as officials in Ethiopia's northwestern region of Amhara have accused forces from neighboring Tigray of launching an invasion. A BBC correspondent says the remarks suggest that clashes which erupted several days ago in the district of Raya Alamata have intensified. This is the first violent flare-up involving Tigrayan forces since a peace deal was signed with the federal government 2 years ago. Well, that's all the time we had for you on today's program. Feel free to get in touch with us. That's at focusonafrica@bbc.co.uk. See you tomorrow.
How come say we all day matter inside, we all they suffer? Something they cause me, they cause you, they cause your son and daughter. Where we all feel come together and try to sort each other. Then you go turn around and sell out just because of dollar. Man just they think how fast he go fetch up something today. Forget about him, people, make them find them our own way. Forgetting say the same people put on for where he day. He cast too high to see suffering below, he's too far away. get ice, but them know they see. Them get hot, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say them get ice, but them know they see. Them get hot, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. Myopia, they know they see nothing. Ice cold heart, they know they feel nothing. Bad minds, all they know they think about you. That be why we all day inside the boats where we they sink. I say, myopia, they know they see nothing. Ice cold heart, they know they feel nothing. Bad minds, all they know they think about you. That be why we all day inside the boat where we they sink. I say them get ice, but them know they see. Them get hot, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say them get ice, but them know they see. Them get hot, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside the boats where we the sink.
The race for the Jubilee House is beginning. Ghana is at a crossroads. It's time again for the people to choose, and the world is watching. We will do this because in a nation where every vote counts, where every voice matters, there's one name you can trust for your election coverage. JoyNews, your election headquarters. A team of seasoned journalists will bring you up-to-the-minute updates, unbiased analysis, and stories behind the headlines. The election headquarters for an informed electorate. JoyNews, independent, fearless, credible. Now, tonight on our front, we delve into the prospects of the newly launched Alliance for Revolutionary Change in the 2024 elections. This group promises a fresh style of leadership characterized by vision, competence, accountability, and also compassion. The Alliance aims to implement some transformative policies
across all sectors. And I'm sure you know this started with the movement of change, Alan Chamanti's movement of change. So they are adopting the GTP, that's the Great Transformational Change of the movement of change, with a particular focus on making the private sector the primary engine of economic growth and fostering national unity. But will they succeed where other independent candidates have failed? We certainly will be exploring that question and be getting deeper into whether or not this is the biggest gathering of the most serious attempt by third parties to take over the reins of power in the Republic of Ghana. Will the Alliance for Change be the change Ghana has needed all this while? After this break, we shall be exploring with the leadership of the change.
September 2023, the management of the VRA opened the spillways of the Akosombo Dam. Millions of gallons of water rushed out, destroying everything on its path. Then the blame game began.
From VRA all the way to the very top, they owe us explanations.
The forecast gave the indication that we are not supposed to expect too much water into the reservoir. But in August, the situation changed.
Our forecast did not change.
After the floods, 36,000 people remain displaced, reeling under the heavy weight of neglect.
Some of the ladies, they are in their menses, and how they will bath, change themselves, nothing. They can't do anything, so maybe they'll be in one part. As I'm talking to you now, me myself, I'm also a victim.
After the floods, JoyNews returns to speak to the affected people to understand their pain and to understand why an engineering decision should cause such havoc.
I'm very much annoyed with VRA, and we are not hearing anything from them.
They have to come to our age and support us and give us compensation.
After the floods, a JoyNews hotline documentary coming soon.
By the end of the 4 years of my term in office as president, Accra will be the cleanest city in Africa.
Our rivers are choked. Our streets are hoarding it. Our landfills bursting. Our trash bags overflowing. And even the air we breathe carries it. Filth, it is everywhere.
Normally, there is a container here where they put the boiler inside. But right now, they haven't brought the container back.
The Filth Exhibition, a JoyNews series, presents the alarming state of waste management, sanitation, and refuse left in our communities, presenting a compelling and urgent need for action.
The Flagstaff House is beginning. Ghana is at a crossroads. It is time again for the people to choose, and the world is watching. We will do this because in a nation where every vote counts, where every voice matters, there's one name you can trust for your election coverage: JoyNews, your election headquarters. Our team of seasoned journalists will bring you up-to-the-minute updates, unbiased analysis, and the stories behind the headlines. The election headquarters for an informed electorate. JoyNews, independent, fearless, and credible. The race for the Flagstaff House is beginning. Ghana is at a crossroads. It is time again for the people to choose, and the world is watching. We will do this because in a nation where every vote counts, where every voice matters, there's one name you can trust for your election coverage: JoyNews, your election headquarters. Our team of seasoned journalists will bring you up-to-the-minute updates, unbiased analysis, and the stories behind the headlines. The election headquarters for an informed electorate. JoyNews, independent, fearless, and credible.
Now, you're welcome back to our front. My name is Raymond Dalka. Joining me now is a man many know with a full gospel ministry. Back today, he made an unusual appearance on the platform of the Alliance for Revolutionary Change. Reverend Dr. Essen Mensah. Reverend, you're welcome to our front.
Thank you very much, Raymond.
So, Reverend, let me be clear on this. I know that most of you, men of God, are shied away from active involvement in politics, but you mounted a platform ostensibly representing a group that is now part of the Alliance for Revolutionary Change. Walk me through how that happened.
Yeah, Raymond, the point is about 6 years, for 6 years now, I have been trumpeting and preaching on the need for an alternative force, a third force that will be an alternative to the NPP NDC duopoly, which hasn't really brought any significant change in our lives, and we have never made any significant progress as a nation. And so this has been going on and on for the past 6 years, and individual groups that are also exhausted about what seems to be going on contacted me and asked if perhaps I could rally people around. And that led to the founding of the Ghana First Coalition, which I happen to be the founder of the Ghana First Coalition, for which the National Interest Movement is a member under the leadership of Dr. Abu Sakara and all other members that constituted the Ghana First platform.
So there existed a group, forgive me, I need to understand this. There existed a group already you belong to, which you led, which is the Ghana First Coalition.
Coalition, right.
So what was it really about, this Ghana First Coalition?
The Ghana First Coalition is about preparing and mobilizing people to become a third force as an alternative to the NPP NDC duopoly.
Oh, I see.
And that was the rationale behind. It was birthed in 2020, just before the 2020 elections. And we have been working behind the scenes to ensure that we could put together a mass movement that will begin to bring the necessary change we desire. So this is not belonging to a church issue. This has to do with a movement. It's not a partisan politics. It's a movement for change to drive the change we want to see as an alternative, as a third force. And that is exactly what today is a great joy to see the third force being given to. As a result of clarion call for the past 6 years, other patriotic Ghanaians have also joined the call for an alternative movement. And I believe today we are seeing, perhaps, the prayers being answered as a credible alternative to the duopoly.
Now, I know that many of you are coming from different backgrounds. Some are complete masses or socialists in nature. Some are from the center rights and they are pursued policies or believed in ideological leanings that are completely center right. I am not so sure where your ideological leaning is, but how is this amalgamation of different groups and different people with different thinking possible? Is this likely to last any proper system or fire that will be thrown at you in a partisan political system we find ourselves in?
The Alliance for Revolutionary Change has structures that has been put in place to ensure that it throws its weight to the Alan Tremartin as the independent presidential candidate, because the messages are just about reform. Number one, a government of inclusivity, an inclusive government, a government of number two, of continuity, a government that will be based on meritocracy and not, popularism, a government that will be driven by national vision, for which we don't have, a government that will be driven also by national values. If I should ask you, you and I, what are the Ghanaian national values? We don't know. Before going to school and finish universities and what have you, but there are no common national values that seem to be driving our nation. Okay? So a government that will bring constitutional reform. And now all these amalgamation of these groups are fighting for these major agenda or major items or issues that together we believe we can bring the change that Ghanaians desire to see.
It's all interesting. The question I wanted to know is whether or not the differences will not break up this important gathering, whether or not you've agreed to mend differences or they are uniting factors. And I heard Mr. Tremartin say that the things that unite you are perhaps greater than the things that divide you. But this is still politics. Will this alliance really last throughout this electioneering period?
Indeed, vision is a common denominator that brings people together to fight a common cause, regardless of your individual differences. So if our vision is to become an alternative, credible movement, and that will be the thing that will draw everybody together. Indeed, the other groups also maintain their own identity. They have their own individual drive of what they want to do, and so nobody controls them. The umbrella organization of the Alliance for Revolutionary Change allows various groups to maintain their identity and what they want to do. And therefore, they will still pursue their individual activities and vision. But when it comes to the national cause of the country, we will all marshal forces together for one common cause to replace. The concept is to replace the duopoly. We have had enough of the NDC and NPP, and there must be a change. And that is what this alliance is going to stand for. And everybody will come under this vision, a change, a replacement of the duopoly. So I strongly believe that though individuals may have their own identity or agenda, that will not undermine the overall agenda of the movement, which is the things that I've outlined. Replacement to replace the NPP and NDC.
Okay, now I get your point. I get the uniting factor there. You have mentioned Dr. Abu Sakara Foster. You have also mentioned Mr. Tremartin, who leads the Movement for Change, because I know that it's the national interest movement that Dr. Abu Sakara Foster was actually connected with. But I saw a lot more people there. I saw the likes of Odike, others from the PNC and the CPP. Are these political parties, that's a PNC and CPP also, I think PNC is actually what I saw. Yes. Are they officially on board, or it is representatives or individuals within the various groups that are now on board?
Odike and his movement is on board. The PNC gentleman is as a vice chairman. He is there as an individual, but with the view of mobilizing the people in his party to be part of it. And also, being the Reverend Minister, and as a statesman, I will constantly play my role of influencing and facilitating individuals and groups that wants to possibly stand for elections to come together under one major umbrella for one common purpose to achieve that goal of replacement of the duopoly. So you saw a number of people, they are all coming under one umbrella, and let's become a third force as an alternative to the issues we are dealing with. So yes, we will constantly talk to people. I will play my role as a statesman, and I believe that individuals that probably want to go solo, we can manage and then influence them to come together. Because the greater the people come together, the greater it is. And there can be the change that we desire to have anymore.
So far, how many groups have now come together? Because it appears to be a long list now you're mentioning now, and the individuals are also, how many groups are now in the Alliance for Revolutionary Change?
I think for now we have about 10 to 12 member groups, and I don't have the document that I can outline their names, and I can mention their names, but about 10 to 12. And there are others who are waiting to sign in. Our job is to cast the net wider and bring everybody on board, including a number of the media houses, other professional groups. So that is where we find ourselves. This is just not a cast in stone, membership group. But at the point, the issue is that the Alliance is making the necessary effort to expand members, bring members, and for one common agenda to pursue the dream of the replacement.
Now, I need to ask you this because as a reverend minister, some will say it is very dangerous to step into the foray where there is heavy partisanship and a contest, which is where really this will be, because the Alliance will contest elections. Are you not worried about that?
I'm concerned about Ghana.
Okay.
I'm concerned about my children. I'm concerned about my grandchildren. I'm concerned about the next generation. What are we going to bequeath to them? The founding fathers bequeathed to us a Ghana that we were proud of. In our time now, we are not proud about the Fourth Republic and the kind of Ghana we see. And therefore, can we all make a little bit of sacrifice to begin to fight for the Ghana we all desire to have? At least before we check out of this life, we should be able to do something meaningful. If we can improve the life of our country, like to become a developed nation, let's create a platform so that the next generation can take up the baton and at least drive this country to become the kind of country we all want to be as a developed nation. So someone should be part of this clarion call. Martin Luther played a role in ensuring that civil rights. Bishop Desmond Tutu played those kind of roles. Religious leaders can be non-partisan in terms of their character and personality, but as statesmen, they can speak for their nation and they can mobilize people to bring the change that their country desires to have. Now I am playing that role, not as a partisan person, but as a statesman who thinks about Ghana, dreams about Ghana, and wants the betterment of the country and the future of our country.
Now, there is a question already out there, which I'm sure by now you should be able to answer. Why revolutionary change? The last time we heard of revolution, it was Rawlings's unconstitutional government time. Why revolutionary change?
Nothing can be achieved in this life if there is not a change of mind and a change of attitude and a change of heart. And what we have gotten to, we need that revolution, a mental revolution, a transformed system, things that can change our thinking, our mindset, our attitude. And revolution means a complete overhaul of the system. So that is the approach. I'm aware that, at a point, people were not too, probably comfortable with the word, because the older generation weren't too pleasant and excited about the word revolution. But for the younger generation, it was appealing to them. But we have to give it a give and take approach. So my revolution is to bring attitudinal change, mental change, so that we can achieve what we desire to achieve. And that is what perhaps I can explain to you.
Now, so it's been launched today. We know your plans of massing up numbers across the country. The big question is, can you succeed where others have failed? There has been so many attempts to have independent candidates come on board. Can you as a group succeed where others have failed?
Well, I think it will depend upon the message and vision that will rally everybody together. Indeed, if the average Ghanaian feels discouraged, disappointed, discontented, despaired, and have lost hope in this generation we find ourselves, then nothing prevents the average Ghanaian to come together. This time you are not voting for MPP, you are not voting for NDC. Now vote for yourself. How do you vote for yourself? You are voting for yourself by joining a movement that will want to bring the change we all desire to have. So I believe that with that commitment and with that vision and mindset, there can be progress. The group can make an impact. A group can make an impact. It's a matter of beginning it and starting the journey. We are told the journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. So this movement has been born. We trust that together it will marshal the forces and we can have the change we all desire. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be rosy, but it's possible. In other nations, they have succeeded. We too in Ghana can succeed to bring neutral group of people to provide leadership for our country, Ghana.
Now, I need to ask you this question too, because it's actually important. Realistically, is it the quest to influence the elections or be a factor in the election or to put up a candidate who will win the election?
Well, to put a candidate that will win the election, and that is what we have. In the unlikely event that the ARC will not win the elections, they can become the kingmakers, and then to decide that the group that will possibly agree to the various reforms and the various things we have outlined, and members will be given the opportunity to make a decision towards that direction. So it is a dream that the candidate will have the edge to win the elections. But in the unlikely event, and of course, what the ARC depends upon or wants to do is to make sure which group will accept the issues that we have on the table to bring constitutional reform, a transformed Ghana, a governance of continuity, and a government of inclusiveness. And of course, we can pursue that and work with that group of parties.
Now, third-party presidential candidates sometimes played crucial roles as kingmakers in two of the presidential elections since 1992. And I'm talking here about 2000 election and the 2008. In fact, the data suggests that third parties need to gain a minimum of combined vote share of 3 to 7% to have a chance of influencing the elections and defeating the incumbents. And since 2000, third parties obtained a combined vote of something below 3% or more. We are talking here about three presidential elections, 2000, 2004, and 2008. Two of these elections led to a runoff and a defeat of the incumbent. The understanding, at least Professor Pesa-White puts to this conversation, is that there is still about 27% of our voter population which is completely calling themselves floating voters, which may swing in either direction. Are these the people you are targeting?
Indeed. We are told there's about just 20-30% of these voters, undecided voters. It will be the key people that, number one, the alliance will target. And then, of course, if there are others who have already made up their minds, but they are frustrated and they will want to join, that would be great. But these swing voters, the undecided voters, would be the key people that the alliance will focus on, including those that are dissatisfied about the state of affairs, those that are, disappointed about the issues of affairs, those that are discontented about the nature of our governance, those who have given up and losing hope, young men and young women who have no hope in our country. They are the people the alliance is calling them on board. But let's come together, let's transform Ghana for the sake of our founding fathers, for the sake of our founding fathers, let's bequeath something meaningful to the next generation.
Now, I think this is the key message you are delivering, but the electioneering process mostly boils down to policies. It boils down to many of the things I'm talking about. First, I think you mentioned something in connection with a united Ghana and also a government that is really for the people. What are the key policies that this alliance will be pushing in this election? Do you have promises on the table? Do you have set out clearly the kind of messaging you are sending to the people of this country?
I think the message of Alan Tremartin is the Great Transformation Plan, which is going to be outlined, which has been outlined as to the things that has to be done under that's a key message, right? You know, driving the message. And I don't have all the details with me, but it covers some of the key things that I have shared with you about the government of national unity, all-inclusive governance. It's not about NDC and NPP, whether trade women, trade union, professionals, faith-based leaders, religious leaders, academia, all those who matter, who can be picked and to contribute to national development. This is what the Alliance would work with and encourage that great participation. The government of continuity, projects that have been left from the days of Rawlings up to where we find ourselves. It's all a matter of let's go back and build those projects, all right? Building and strengthening our industries so that we will move from export-driven, to import-driven to an economy that will export. So basically, I don't have the details of all the Great Transformation Plan, but these are the things that actually covers that.
Are we expecting you to don the shirt of the Alliance for Revolutionary Change and go from house to house campaigning on the grounds anytime soon, Reverend?
I'm not too certain about whether I'm ready for it. We will be donning the shirt of the Alliance for Revolutionary Change, which is the umbrella body. Movement for Change is a movement under Alan. And NIM, the National Interest Movement, is also a movement under the ARC. Ghana First Coalition is a movement under the AFS. So everyone will still have their identity, but they will project the message of the Great Transformation Plan and the support for Alan. So that is what we will do. I think when the time comes, we will probably go.
No, I get your point. I wanted to know whether you will be going around campaigning too. That's all, Reverend. Yes, that's the question.
You see, I am not a partisan person.
Yeah.
Based upon my calling and my profession. My profession will not allow me to get into political partisan activity. But as a statesman, I will play my role as a statesman, encouraging everybody to look for the alternative governance system that we are yearning for.
Your church members certainly will have MPP, NDC, and others represented. How did they feel about this bold move of yours?
Well, they know over the years I've been preaching and talking about an alternative movement. And so, again, it's not a political activity.
Okay.
Alliance for Revolutionary Change is not a political party, but it is a movement of a third force which we have all been calling for and been praying for. And that is what I have preached over the past 6-7 years. And if today people want to come together under that umbrella, I think it's an answer to prayer. And so we will explain to our people that it has nothing to do with political party activities.
Reverend, I am most grateful to you for your time this evening, and I wish you the very best. Reverend Dr. S.N. Mensah is more recently left the role as the president of the Full Gospel Ministry, but he is with a group that's already joined the biggest clarion so far seen in the Republic of Ghana of third parties and independent people who want to remove or replace the duopoly of the NPP and the NDC. Do you think they will succeed? After this break, we shall be having some analysis with the political scientists about the chances and the prospects of this alliance for revolutionary change.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future, together. EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa.
Doing never stops until the job is done. Turn your home and business into an internet highway and experience the revolution of working and playing without limits. Visit broadband.mtn.com.gh to sign up for MTN Fiber for Home and Business today.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future, together. EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa.
You're welcome back to our front. My name is Raymond Darko. I just got by was a conversation with the former president of the Full Gospel International Ministry, Reverend Dr. S.N. Mensah. The crux of the conversation is earlier today, the Alliance for Revolutionary Change, a grouping spearheaded by Alan John Kwadwo Tremanten, who until recently was a leading member, contested the NPP presidential primaries, and moved on to now form the Movement for Change. Now, the Movement of Change actually has attracted, we are told now, about 12 more institutions and other groups, which was launched today as the Alliance for Revolutionary Change. The main agenda is to annex political power, removing or replacing the NPP and the NDC duopoly. But will they succeed where many have failed? I'm being joined by a political scientist, Dr. Kwame Asa-Asante. Doc, you're welcome to our front.
Yeah, good evening, Raymond, and good evening to your viewers.
I understand that a leading member of the Alliance for Revolutionary Change, Dr. Abu Sakara Foster, also joins us via phone. Dr. Foster, you're welcome too.
Thank you. Sakara, Dr. Sakara.
Yes, Dr. Sakara, let me start from you because there's a question I'm asking, and I've just gone through a bit of the data when it comes to political parties in the Republic of Ghana. Now, third-party presidential candidates, we know that played crucial roles, especially in the year 2000 and 2008 elections. Indeed, the data suggests that for third parties to gain a minimum of votes that's supposed to make an influence, it should be between 3% and 7%. We know what it takes to win the election, so that's not in dispute at all. But since 2000, third parties obtained a combined vote share of 3% or more in the elections 2000, 2004, and 2008. And two of these led to the runoff and the defeat of the incumbent. Now, one should be clear in their minds on what is the agenda of the Alliance for Revolutionary Change. Are you targeting an absolute win in this election? Or it is starting small, making sure that at least you influence who gets to the Flagstaff House next?
Well, I think the first point is that your comparison with previous alliances may not be absolutely on point because this is a deliberate alliance. Previous alliances have come about after the second round when people have not won. It's an alliance of convenience. This is an alliance of conviction where we have a common cause that has brought us together well before the election, and we are now pursuing or prosecuting that agenda. So obviously, we're going to do better because we have worked deliberately towards it. That's one thing. The second point is that
Sorry, it appears I'm having some difficulty on the line to Dr. Sakara. No, okay, you're on. I can hear you now. Dr. Sakara, you're making the point about the second point.
Yeah, I think the second point is that the starting point is also different. Already you can see from some surveys that the presidential candidate on his own is attracting maybe about 7% of the vote. And that is more than all the parties that are not NDC or MPP have ever attracted in an election. So if that is the starting point for the campaign on his own before the alliance, obviously he's going to gain more support there. And furthermore, you have about almost 40% undecided at this time. If they're undecided, they're not really ready to commit to the duopoly. That's why they're undecided. So again, we're going to get a bigger chunk out of that. So it's anybody's election. It depends on how much resources there is to commit to it. There's certainly a determination, a willingness, and the capacity to prosecute the election to victory, but it will depend on resources available and also, of course, ultimately on how the election itself is conducted. But nobody enters a race not to win. Okay. So from that point of view, I said the objective will be to win. But if it so happens that there's a second round, then we also position ourselves accordingly to get the results that we want out of it.
If I may, please give me a second. Dr. Kwame Asante, the clarity here is that this is a union of conviction, not of convenience, which distinguishes this particular alliance for what has been the previous practice in times past. This is also one element that's likely to make it succeed. Do you, from your distinguished political science experience, agree?
To Dr. Sakara's view, but I disagree because we know that in this country, smaller parties always struggle to win political power. We have never seen, to put it bluntly, we haven't seen any of the smaller parties winning power, at least in the Fourth Republic, no. So if you look at even the previous elections, all that we have seen, even all the smaller parties, the average have not gone up to even 5%. So to talk of having more than 50% is going to be a miracle. But nobody goes into election and then will tell you that, yes, I'm there to lose election. They know that as for winning the presidential election, they are far from that. But what they can do, and that is a possibility, that when they are able to work well and they are able to organize themselves, having resources, they have strategy that resonates with people, and they have messages that deal with the problems of this country. If all things being equal, then they are likely to push the election into a second round. If you look at the giants who are leading the parties, for instance, Mr. Chirmatin, he has a number of following, and so is Dr. Sakara and the rest of them. At least these two are giants. They'll be able to pull some people along. It is a fact. And if that works well or in tandem with the effort of other political parties, then the best they can have is to push the second election to a second round, where they become very influential actors within the process.
Doc, I did hear you say, Dr. Sakara, I did hear Mr. Chirmatin say clearly that you are creating a new political culture, ushering in a new type of leadership, visionary, competent, accountable. Also mentioned implementing transformational policies in all sectors, making private sector the real engine of growth of the economy, and building a united Ghana. Are these the pillars of your campaign? What is the unique selling proposition of the Alliance for Revolutionary Change, which will make you excel where others have failed? Dr. Sakara, can you hear me? Yes, let me come to you because I was asking the same question to you, Dr. Kwame Asante. The thinking is that political parties and alliances of this sort come with a very special feel. He's basically saying this is a very new terrain and we are going to do something different. I did mention the things that they are promising to do in the Republic of Ghana. Are these revolutionary enough to make the masses of this country move away from the NPP and the NDC? And I'm talking here about the messaging.
Yeah, messaging, you and I know, is critical in every election. And this election is not going to be exceptional. We are going to expect from the political actors messages that resonate with people, messages whose foundation have something to do with the problems of the society, and messages that give hope and address the problems that we have in this country head on. Yes, they need to be able to get these basics right if they really want to survive in the election. Obviously, they are not going to come out with weak messages. Already we've seen some of the ideas they are throwing out and all that. But the issue is that, well, these things influence people to the extent that it will take them away from their dominant political tradition. That, yes, they are likely to have some people, but to take the bulk of the people from the party, I'm afraid that will not happen. The reason being that if you look at this country, more often than not, you realize that political party traditions have been so strong and dominant in the efforts of or within the political landscape, let me put it that way. So an independent actor or person who is want to contest these established traditions, then you need to come in with extra, ideas, extra solutions, and the rest of them. Yes, it is true that the giants, these two that I know them very well, Alan Chirmatin, Dr. Sakara, they are men of ideas and all that. But as to whether they will survive the strength of these entrenched political traditions that have ruled this country for a number of years, that is a daunting task for them.
Now, there's a question on the minds of many people in Ghana. You know that Dr. Sakara is really from the CPP stock, so one will think that he's center-left. Mr. Chairman is from the NPP, so many would presume automatically that he's center-right. Now, I've seen a lot of others being thrown in there. More recently, I heard the pro-Mazis grouping in the Republic of Ghana, the fighters group, yes, the economic fighters group, Ernesto Yeboah's group, equally throwing its weight behind this. Will this amalgamation of different ideological leanings work? Will they survive till at least the election of this time?
Ideology is a problem in this country. If you look at, apart from, say, the CPP and then the NDC, who have come out clearly with the ideological positions relative to governance in this country, the MPP have not been able to articulate clearly what their ideology is, with the exception of recent times that I know that they have made efforts to let it out of what their main ideology is. And if that is anything to go by, if that is what we are using as a standard, how, in the first place, do you think people have, learned about this ideology? They know it so well that they have internalized it within their system to be able to follow the party all along. Those who are floating voters, the people I'm referring to, you realize that they don't know much of the party in terms of what their ideologies and all that, but they follow them based on the economic needs that they have, and for which reason they believe that a party should be able to handle that for them. That is what pushed them. They also believe that there are certain lingering challenges within the country that require serious solutions to deal with, i.e. we are talking about what corruption and a fight against it. These are things that people are looking forward to. And of course, due to our, developing nature, we expect that people will see developmental projects littered in the nook and cranny of this country. These are the things that quickly get voters attracted to and then push them into voting one direction or another. If you want to straight the conversation, then you are talking about records, contest of what ideas and referendum of your work. What type of work can they show as entity, a new entity that is there for the world to do, to see? These are things voters who want to relate to and then make informed choices based on this. Do they have anything that they can show that they have? The established political parties, the dominant one, of course, NDC, MPP, have over the years, at least in this Fourth Republic, demonstrated that they have something that they can show. What can they, compare with them in order to convince people to vote for them? That is going to be $1 million question for them.
That is also the question I want to ask you, Dr. Sakara. The question about messaging. Which messaging are you likely to push out there that's going to drive you the votes? Make people change their mind from the MPP and the NDC?
Okay. I think, first of all, the premise of the analysis has to be changed. We are proceeding on a linear path. This is what it has been. It will never change, and therefore we expect this result. If that were the case, duopolies all around the world would have never changed parties. And yet, if you look at the most established duopolies, the parties that they began with are not the parties there now. So at some stage, something happened to change. What has happened usually, and if you look at the wages law, is that when you have a democracy, it descends into two democracies, which become stagnant over time. And then eventually there is a friction or fracture in one of them, and then a reconstitution. You may end up with two parties again, but not the same two parties. So I think political scientists have to look at it beyond just NDC, MPP. NDC, MPP will not be there forever and ever. Someday, one day, it will change. Not necessarily because of us, but because that is the normal trend of things. If you go by that issue, then you ask yourself, what is it that causes change? What is the tipping point that brings about this change? Then you begin to look at the actual conditions that exist now. Whereas previously, you could get away with making all kinds of promises which you will never deliver on. People have seen this over and over again, and you're at the point now where there's a great deal of frustration. The living conditions in the country are very hard. Everything is very expensive. Ordinary people are having to fork out more than 60-70% of their income on food, little left over for rent, and it just keeps going. You cannot assume that Ghanaians are oblivious to all of these things and will just go out and vote for NDC MPP. It is that kind of assumption that results in the surprise that changes a duopoly. So we are saying that the reference point for what has happened before in Ghana is not the same, and it has moved on. The Ghanaians are still the same people, but the reference point for the election is not the same. And there's a great deal of dissatisfaction with the duopoly as we know it. There's a lack of responsiveness, even in this election, in this administration. How many times did people ask for the Minister of Finance to resign? Nothing happened. How many times did people ask the price of government to be cut down? Nothing happened. How many times have people complained about the galamsey? Nothing happened. So are you telling me that Ghanaians are so unconcerned that they will continue to live in a duopoly that is totally unresponsive to their needs? I don't think so. I think that Ghanaians are now gotten to a stage where they are going to make some choices. And all they need is an alternative. And this is what the Alliance for Revolutionary Change is offering them, an alternative. Yes, we don't have the operational resources to the extent that the two established parties have, but there is different strategies to mobilize support at the grassroots level, and we have taken the less expensive, less costly strategy to mobilize resources at the grassroots level. If we can mobilize enough of those resources to do that, I think that there can be a big surprise in this election. Now, whether or not it's an outright win or it is a runoff, I don't know. But I suspect if we can mobilize enough, any of those can happen. Secondly, I think that the discussion about messaging, the messaging is really a message that is effective is what responds to the needs of the people now. And all the issues that we are talking about are the things people are really feeling. The hardships they're going through, the lack of opportunity they have, and giving them hope that there can be an alternative. Now, if your message assumes that you need to respond to them and how they feel, but you can just tell them anything and promise them anything and get away with it, then you will live with the consequences of that and see if they will take it a second time. So I think that we are underestimating Ghanaians by a long shot if we think that what has gone on before can simply carry on undisturbed because Ghanaians are sleeping and they are not responsive to what has been happening in the system.
I am grateful to you, Dr. Sakara, and also to you, Professor Kwame Asa-Asante from the University of Ghana, Political Science Department. Gentlemen, many thanks to you for joining us on Upfront tonight, and also for you out there who joined us right from the beginning of this conversation. Started Reverend S.N. Mensah. I am also grateful to you for your time with us this evening.
In a land where dreams are often cradled in the arms of hope, there exists a league of unsung heroes. They are the silent architects of change, the torchbearers who illuminate paths where once there was only darkness. From the verdant stretches of our farms to the innovative labs of science, from the warm embrace of humanitarian aid to the simplest acts of kindness. These are the changemakers who sculpt the future of our nation, stitch by stitch. Unknown to them, their acts of selflessness have resonated across the land, stirring the hearts of many and sparking a movement of recognition and celebration. It's that time of the year again. JoyNews proudly presents the Impact Makers Awards 2024. Join us in our quest to spot and honor those steadfast warriors who are remolding the destiny of our communities and our nation, the beacon of change whose story deserves to be told. The JoyNews Impact Makers Awards, celebrating ordinary people making extraordinary impact.
By the end of the 4 years of my term in office as president, Accra will be the cleanest city in Africa.
Our rivers are choked. Our streets are hoarding it. Our landfills bursting. Our trash bags overflowing. And even the air we breathe carries it. Filth, it is everywhere.
Normally, there is a container here where they put the boiler inside. But right now, they haven't brought the container back.
The Filth Exhibition, a JoyNews series, presents the alarming state of waste management, sanitation, and refuse left in our communities, presenting a compelling and urgent need for action.
September 2023, the management of the VRA opened the spillways of the Akosombo Dam. Millions of gallons of water rushed out, destroying everything on its path. Then the blame game began.
From VRA all the way to the very top, they owe us explanations.
The forecast gave the indication that we are not supposed to expect too much water into the reservoir. But in August, the situation changed.
Our forecast did not change.
After the floods, 36,000 people remain displaced, reeling under the heavy weight of neglect.
Some of the ladies, they are in their menses, and how they will bath, change themselves, nothing. They can't do anything. So maybe they'll be in one part. As I'm talking to you now, me myself, I'm also a victim.
After the floods, JoyNews returns to speak to the affected people, to understand their pain, and to understand why an engineering decision should cause such havoc.
I'm very much annoyed with VRA, and we are not hearing anything from them.
They have to come to our aid and support us and give us compensation.
After the floods, a JoyNews hotline documentary coming soon.
We are live on DSTV channel 421, Go TV channel 125, all social media handles and around the world on myjoyonline.com. Our headlines: President Akufo-Addo admits for the first time the power crisis that has bedeviled Ghanaians for months now, as he thanks Ghanaians for being patient with his government.
The challenges that the people of Ashanti and indeed of other parts of the country have had to endure in very recent times over the supply of power. And I can only thank you for the patience you have exhibited in the face of these challenges.
We'll hear from the Energy Minister as he takes on naysayers who he said doubted they could pull off the project. Also, government begins to receive bids from the private sector to complete the abandoned Saglami housing project. Details as a minority in parliament say they are opposed to the plan and want the government to fully complete the project or leave it for future NDC governments to complete it. And has the free SHS policy indeed benefited more than 5 million students, as claimed by both the Education Minister and the President? We have more details as JoyNews' independent checks of the free SHS data show contradictions. And later, we'll have prime business.
IMF charges government to focus on aggressive revenue mobilization to deal with external threats to the economy and debt distress concerns.
The main instrument is through broadening the tax base. We believe that broadening the tax base could be one way to increase revenues, including in the region.
And later, Razak Musbah will come your way with Prime Sports.
We'll bring you a special feature of how Ghana's swimming team has inspired many young swimmers following the team's success in the African Games.
JoyNews, we are your home of independent, fearless, and credible journalism. Please stay with us. My name is Carlos Kaloni. Thank you so much for choosing us. And now let's begin from the president, where President Akufo-Addo has for the first time admitted to the challenges in the energy sector that has forced many to live without electricity, sometimes for days, and has grounded to a halt some businesses that are heavily dependent on electricity. He was speaking at the recommissioning of the Ameri plant, which is now called Kumasi 1 Thermal Power Plant in the Ashanti region.
And it is my expectation that with enhanced electricity supply, these enterprises will expand and offer further employment opportunities to our youth. Ladies and gentlemen, in the course of the last 7 years, my government has had the opportunity to translate promises and assurances into result-orientated projects, especially as the Ghanaian people have in clear and absolute terms demanded results that will transform the country for all. One such commitment is the delivery of affordable and reliable electricity to drive our nation's industrialization agenda and position Ghana to become a net exporter of electricity in the ECOWAS region. Our national electrification rate of 88.8% is one of the highest on the continent, and the goal is to have full electricity access by the end of this year. In the areas of power generation, transmission, and distribution, my government has made and continues to make significant investments towards the provision of reliable and competitively priced electricity to assure economic growth. This is part of our commitment to realizing the 2030 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. I do acknowledge Regional Minister, Minister for Energy, ladies and gentlemen, and Nananum, the challenges that the people of Ashanti and indeed of other parts of the country have had to endure in very recent times over the supply of power. And I can only thank you for the patience you have exhibited in the face of these challenges.
Now, Energy Minister Matthew Opoku-Prempeh took on naysayers who he said doubted they could pull off the project.
Anado Danko Akufo-Addo nti ebi asi ena ewie. Nokre obi nya sebia anko obeye bi. Obi nya sebia ontimi nya bi nti ena de osua wasa no osa no wachia nepa. Ghana baby bebre adwo we bi asi ho. Eso obi amusa se aden na ekọ ho. Ebi se soja ama Ghana hira. Esi wa kosombo Kwame Nkrumah breso. Esi wo akuse champo abreso ebua esi wo bui President Akufo abreso esi ewo takrade President Ronald abreso ade na Danko Akufo-Addo de esi de esi Kumasi a o se Kumasi fo ade na ye bie da bi Ghana na ye chechire Ghana na ye chechire sa ene awie ya ba hey sa anyinam kane ya ye bie hey sa de VI fo kan ye no sa anya nukrani brodibaka every 2014 and Greek of the VI for nyina who say person anyam kane agina ya e wo se ehia se eye bi wo Ghana mfimfiri ha asanteman mu nyina enso so menka se obi mpeso oye o de waye ne ye bodidi de waye na Nado Danko Akufo-Addo.
So that the Energy Minister basically lauding the President for the initiative we saw earlier today. Now, shifting our attention to education, the Free Senior High School initiative stands as a prominent political campaign commitment in Ghana's Fourth Republic, ranking at the forefront of the Akufo-Addo administration's flagship program. Now, moving forward to 2024, both President Akufo-Addo and Education Minister Yao Osei Edochum have claimed that the total number of beneficiaries has surpassed 5 million. But how accurate is this arithmetic? JoyNews' research desk has some more in the following report.
The Free Senior High School initiative stands as a prominent political campaign commitment in Ghana's Fourth Republic, ranking at the forefront of the Akufo-Addo administration's flagship programs. The program's implementation began in September 2017, targeting first-year students in public senior high schools and technical vocational institutions. Importantly, any Ghanaian child placed in a public second cycle institution through the computerized school selection and placement system during the 2017 school placement process became entitled to benefit from the Free Senior High School initiative. By December 6, 2017, the Ministry of Education's program-based budget revealed that a total of 359,023 beneficiaries were enrolled in the program. These included first-year students in public senior high and technical schools, consisting of 117,926 day students and 241,094 boarding students. Moving forward to 2024, both President Akufo-Addo and Education Minister have made claims that the total number of beneficiaries have surpassed 5 million. This assertion has sparked controversy and raised questions about the accurate count of beneficiaries since the program's inception. During the launch of the Smart School project on March 25th, the President, when he mounted the stage to speak, reiterated the total number of beneficiaries under the Free Senior High School program.
5.10 million children having so far benefited from this SHS policy since it was instituted in September 2017.
On the same podium, the President and his Education Minister could not sing from the same hymn book as they gave varying accounts of the total number of beneficiaries under the program. In fact, there was a discrepancy between the figures provided by the President and his Education Minister, Dr. Yao Osei Edochum.
When it was said Free Senior High School was impossible, the government went ahead to prove otherwise, and today, some 5.7 million children who are our own children, brothers and sisters, have benefited from the program.
The difference in numbers has raised suspicion regarding the actual total number of beneficiaries under the Free Senior High School program, adding to the existing confusion surrounding the reported figure of 5 million beneficiaries. Let's approach this analysis by focusing on one of President Akufo-Addo's statements.
Some 503,000 children enter senior high school this year. the highest ever enrollment of children into senior high school in a single year in our history.
This raises significant question. If the current enrollment of 503,000 is indeed the highest in Ghana's history, then how is it possible for over 5 million children to have benefited from the program in just 6 academic years? Unless the government is using a different methodology, it is difficult to understand how the total beneficiaries in 6 years could surpass 5 million when the highest enrollment in the period under review does not even reach 600,000. Even if the highest enrollment of 503,000 was recorded in all 6 academic years, the total number of children covered by the free senior high school program will not exceed 3.1 million. In fact, according to data from the Free Senior High School Secretariat, the total number of enrollment, including both senior high schools and technical and vocational education training from 2017 to 2021-2022 academic year was 2,089,430. Even if we generously use the president's highest enrollment figure of 503,000 for the remainder of the years, the total number would not still add up to 5 million mentioned by the president and his education minister. So, how did the government arrive at the 5.7 million total beneficiary statistics? Could it be that each child was counted multiple times for each year spent under the program? Definitely, government needs to provide a transparent explanation for these arithmetic discrepancies.
Now, still on education, the president of the academic city, College University, Fred Magbagon-Luri, is charging government to prioritize the utilization of data in its digitalization. Speaking at the launch of the Data Science and Analytics graduate program of the academic city University College, Fred Magbagon-Luri called for a concerted approach in developing the infrastructural sector of the country. There's more in the following report.
Science is a study of data to extract meaningful insights for business, and in drafting of government policies, it is a multidisciplinary approach that combines principles and practices from the fields of mathematics, statistics, artificial intelligence, and computer engineering to analyze large amounts of data. President of the Academic City University College, Fred Magbagon-Luri, who spoke at the launch of the Data Science Master's Program, spearheaded by the University College, is pushing for the prioritization and effective implementation of data science strategies in ensuring the development of the country. He considers this a crucial step towards the advancement of not only the financial sector of the country, but also the infrastructure sector.
Data for information, for governance are crucial. We need to know how many engineers we need in the next 25 years. We need to know how many doctors we need in the next 35 years. You know, if you don't, then how do you prioritize where to put your educational investment? So if data science is the next big thing, if AI is the next big thing, it is time for us to develop a national strategy around that. You know, recently I said in the media that we tend to focus on the regulatory aspect of things when we don't even understand the fundamental imperatives of the things that we want to regulate. So if you want to develop a regulatory framework for AI, you first need to know as a nation, what do we need to do with AI to develop? If you want to put structures around data, we need to understand what kinds of data do we need to collect to inform governance. And then you can put policies around how to regulate it.
With data being a significant factor and a competitive edge in the contemporary business landscape, technology management expert David Gow says gathering and collating the necessary data could turn the economic fortunes of the country around.
Government agencies collect vast amount of data related to housing, healthcare, education, and national security. Today we have a national security professionals with us. They collect a lot of data. These data serve as the bedrock for informed policy decisions. For example, census data, workforce statistics, financial information. The data science analytics program is a catalyst for capacity building. Beyond national development, let us explore how this program will significantly contribute to building the capacity of ICT professionals in Ghana. These professionals will drive innovation, enhance decision-making, and contribute to the digital transformation of public and private sector organizations.
Director of Tertiary Education at the Ghana Education Service, Professor Francis Nunu, reaffirmed the government's commitment to data advancement, further charging industry players to always seek to improve in the ever-changing technological world.
We are doing smart classrooms, where the classrooms will have interactive setup. We are doing student-centered type of learning, where we put students together and then you discuss practical issues. All these are in preparation for the AI and all those sort of things, so that students will not just pick them and not put them in contest. Okay, so the teacher is being prepared, the classroom is being prepared, the laboratories are being prepared.
The school seeks to revolutionize the way companies operate in the country with the introduction of this course. Stephen Mensah's report read to you.
Now, the National Petroleum Authority, Custom Preventive Service, the National Security, and other stakeholders are racing against time to survey crude oil from a vessel reported to have split up en route to the Tema port. Now, the incident is reported to have occurred on Friday around Old Ningo, where the vessel was forced to do an emergency docking while on its way to offload crude oil at the Tema port. A public relations officer of the National Petroleum Authority, Abdul Kudus Mohammed, tells JoyNews evacuation efforts are still underway to prevent a possible spillage.
The information I have does not speak directly to the reason for the problem that the ship developed. It is that we had an information, or call it a request, for an emergency evacuation of the crude oil in that vessel because of the mechanical fault that it generated, and that would not allow it to reach its intended place for betting and discharging. And so the approval was granted to their request, and the relevant organizations that play role in this particular matter of fuel importation and discharge were all invited and played various roles in having to have the product evacuated. So it was the crude oil meant for one of the refineries in Accra, and so after the permission was granted, PRVs were arranged by the refinery to have the fuel be evacuated to the intended location, that is around Sprintex by Aquaba refinery. And so basically that was that they needed the approval. The approval was granted. The evacuation was actually being done, and that was to salvage the product from actually going waste.
Now, Kwame Yanka is our Tema correspondent and joins us on the phone line for more. Kwame, you have been to the place. Where exactly did this incident happen?
Sorry, could you come again?
I'm saying that you've been to the place. We understand it happened in Ningo, but where precisely in Ningo did this happen?
Okay, so this is at Anyam, at the Old Ningo, in the Ningo Pampam district. That's exactly where the incident happened on the sea.
So that is from Pram, you go to New Ningo, and then you go to Old Ningo, the next community,
Ningo, and then
which is
Old Ningo.
All right, so what is the situation as we speak?
Okay, so the respective stakeholders, from the security agencies to the state institutions, National Petroleum Authority, General Maritime Authority, Customs, National Security, Defense Intelligence, they're all working around the clock to ensure that by tomorrow or latest Friday, they should be done with salvaging of the content of this vessel, which has split.
So do we know if this is having any impact at all on the activities of fisher folks or residents of Amiam?
So that was the earlier year. But then what we've made to understand that they're taking all the precautionary measures to ensure that there wouldn't be any impact as far as this very exercise or operation is concerned on the lives of be it marine lives or lives and properties in the area.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Kwame Yanka is our Tema correspondent, giving us update on the situation there in Old Ningo. But moving on, still around Ningo, government has tonight commenced an active search for private partners to help complete the abandoned Saglemi affordable housing project commenced under the erstwhile NDC administration. The project has been entangled in allegations of corruption, with the former Works and Housing Minister Collins Dauda standing trial. The project, which is at various stages of completion, have had some fittings, including a burglar-proof material, plumbing works, metal coverings on culverts, among others, at the site, either vandalized or stolen. Government is targeting about $100 million from the private sector to complete the project. Speaking at an event to invite proposals from the private sector, Works and Housing Minister Kojo Ponkroma said Ghanaians were tired of abandoned housing projects when the housing deficit is ballooning.
I want to ask you to execute this task with the highest level of patriotism and professionalism. So I want to ask you to bring to this task your highest level of patriotism and professionalism as it is deserved or required. Let the desire to do our best for our republic show as you go through this process. My final point to you is that Ghanaians want the phenomenon of uncompleted or abandoned mass housing projects to come to an end. To date, some of the projects from the Kufuor era are still uncompleted and hanging. This one is still yet to be completed. And it adds to the narrative that we don't finish projects when we start. If we have a housing deficit of 1.8 million that we are trying to reduce as the years go by, already there are about 40,000 units a year that we deliver as a country. It's not enough to close the gap. So if all of these projects keep hanging out there, it will even deter future projects from being embarked upon. And that's why it's important that we take advantage of this opportunity to reverse this trend. And so I charge you to go through this process with all the professionalism, patriotism, and transparency as you have outlined in your report to me.
Now, according to the ministry, the deadline for the submission and evaluation of proposals is from July 9 to 15, 2024. But the minority say they are opposed to this. The NDC MPs believe this effort is just an attempt to hand the project over to persons close to the government. A deputy ranking member on the Works and Housing Committee, Andrew Dari Chiwichi, says if government cannot mobilize the needed resources to complete the project, it should leave it for a future NDC government to do so.
We will not support the idea of privatizing the settlement housing project. As it stands now, and the stage at which the project got to, government just needed to complete the project for the people of Ghana. The magnitude of work that was done there, to the extent that we even had the Western Housing Minister there, that was Honorable Atachia, indicating that that project was one of the best projects in the country. And that was one of the reasons why he went ahead to recommend payment for the contractor then. Thieves went in there and took off all the fittings. And now government has come to devalue the project and want to sell it to cronies. This is something that we must all stand against.
Honorable, but will this make any difference? The government tells you that they just don't have enough money right now to be able to complete the project on their own. It is for this reason that they want to bring in a private investor.
Government later on did not show interest in the project. And so for us, we think that government doesn't have to sell the project. It won't be long. NDC will come to power and then we'll complete the project and hand it over to Ghanaians. We are not going to support that.
Andre Darechiwite is Deputy Ranking Member on the Works and Housing Committee in Parliament. Now, still on the power sector, persistent gadget repairs and thousands of cedis lost in discarded fish and meat products. That is the story of cold store operators at the erratic power supply continues to bite hard on businesses. Today on our Doomsor Diaries, my colleague James Aveji takes us to the Malata market here in Accra, where cold store operators count their losses, calling on government to produce a timetable on the outages.
I'm here in the heart of Malata Market in Accra to explore the Doomsor Diary of operators of frozen food shops, your popular cold stores. The buzzing business of buying and selling is the demand for frozen foods, fish, meat, and others. At least today, the lights are on in the market, but operators of these cold stores, just like you and I, have been battling a peculiar problem in the past few months. Doomsor.
The leaders need to be honest with us on this power issue. They can turn off the lights early in the morning and bring it back very late in the evening. Why are they not being forthcoming with us? If it's not Dumso, then what is it?
Chocho, one of the owners of the cold stores here, tells me on several occasions he has had to dispose of some products which went bad because of the unstable power supply.
The cost of the fish has also gone up. The ones we used to buy for 100 cedis now sells for between 400 to 600 cedis. The moment the fish becomes tender, no one wants to buy them. We are usually left with no option than to dispose of the cold foods that have gone bad. We are pleading with government to resolve the power crisis.
Another trader, Aja, says 3 weeks ago, when the Dumso became intense, tens of cartons of fish and meat products in his cold room went bad, running into loss of thousands of cedis.
The last time I
How many? What's the amount?
Yes. Wow. You know, our chicken cutting is 320. 20 cedis per one cutting. The last time we threw about 10 boxes away. Yeah.
And the fishes?
The fish, the salmon to a cutting is 1,030. 30 cedis. We threw about 4 or 5 away because of all it's melt and it's spoiled. Yeah.
Did you have to, after that, what happens? You have to bear the cost, you move on, you buy a new one, and then you start?
That one, the constant. So far as that one is spoiled, we have to put different money into the business again. So we can't blame the government to come and give us any money now. So it's our thing.
Another cost the coastal managers bear is the purchase of spare parts to repair their gadget, which now breaks down consistently due to the flickering power.
The moment the light starts going off and on, it damages our machines. And these machines are expensive to repair. We are always incurring losses.
At this point, I grew interest in why Chocho and Aja are unable to provide alternative power to protect their investment. Do you have a generator you use for your...
I do not have a generator as a backup because I sell at the market. It is an open space. The noise from the generator will disturb traders and customers.
Not that we can't buy a generator, but here we are now. We don't have a space here to mount that generator at us now.
But in the middle of all this, Aja says officials of the ECG have visited their shops to already inform them about a possible bill increment. How much approximately do you pay in a month?
This is prepaid.
This is prepaid.
Yeah, and so you can buy 1,500, 2,000.
1,500, 2,000 in a month.
Yeah.
For your prepaid.
Yeah.
But we've seen some communications that the ECG is asking for more increment on the bill.
Yeah, it's true. They even came here.
They came here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But our code room, if they break, we off it. In the even they on it. Yeah.
If they increase the bill, but there is no Dumso or light out, would you be willing to pay?
Oh yeah. If there's no Dumso or light out, the business is going on, we can pay whatever we get.
Let's cross over live to Kumasi, where a group of Ghanaians are demonstrating there over the Dumso situation. Danaya is on the line to speak to us. Danaya, what is the latest on this particular demonstration ongoing?
In the Oforikrom constituency, where a group calling itself Youth for Asante is embarking on the protest against the Energy Ministry, the Energy Minister, Dr. Matthew Poku-Prempeh, the ECG, to demand a load shedding timetable. You can see a number of people walking through the principal streets of Oforikrom to demand the ECG to release a load shedding timetable. Earlier, the President Akufo-Addo commissioned the Kumasi 1 thermal power plant, which he says is going to contribute to the national grid and also help maintain or sustain electricity supply in the middle part of the country alongside the northern part. The group here are rather demanding President Akufo-Addo, the Minister of Energy, and then the ECG to rather release a load shedding timetable for them to also get to know what is going on in the energy sector, when they are to expect doomsor and when not to expect doomsor. I have the NDC General Secretary for the Ashanti region here. He's also a member of this group and he's also leading the protest. What are your major concerns?
Thank you very much. Our major concern is one, we are demanding that His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who is paid with my sweat, who is paid with my taxes, at least have some iota of respect for the people of Ghana and especially Ashanti man, and at least let us know when we will have light and when we will not have light. The energy minister told us that we should publish our timetable. So we are here to publish our timetable. We are here to tell them and serve notice that tomorrow we are taking the lights of Flagstaff House and we are giving those shared energy to Kedetia Market. We are taking the light of Baumier's house and we are giving it to Asawasa Market. We are taking that of Napo and we are giving it to Atonsu Market. And if they can survive the 3 days without light, then they will know and understand and appreciate the pain we are feeling, that the doomsor is collapsing our work, is collapsing our businesses. The second concern for us is that they came into power for 8 years without any plan of investing into the power sector, and they have not added even a single megawatt of power to the energy grid, forgetting that the population is growing, energy demand is growing, and they are now into a spree of renaming projects and stealing projects. We are telling them that Ameri will forever remain the brainchild and the project of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. We will not allow him to steal projects and rename all our tertiary institutions and now come and be renaming power plants. When are they renaming Car Power? When are they renaming Kedetia Market? When are they renaming Kumawu Hospital? When are they renaming Asawasa Market? We are saying that enough is enough, and we are here to equally preach hope to the people of Ashanti man, that hope is coming, that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, as long as the Lord lives, shall be the next president of the Republic of Ghana, and that the good people of Ashanti region, we are ready to vote him into power come December 7, 2024.
All right, thank you so much. So, Carlos, that is the NDC General Secretary here in the Ashanti region. A very tense moment here on the principal streets of Kumasi as the number of people join the protest to demand a load shedding timetable. And so we'll be bringing you up to speed details as to what happens here in the Ashanti region. Carlos, over to you.
Thank you so much. That's my colleague Nana Boachi Yiadom bringing us live pictures from Kumasi, where a lot of residents are really demonstrating over the doomsor situation. You're still watching Joy News Prime with me, Carlos Kaloni. We'll return with more. Please stay.
Hey, Charlie, what number? The malaria really knocked you down, eh?
Charlie, no joke. Fever, headache, vomiting, loss of appetite. I couldn't even eat my usual fufu.
You and your fufu. But I hope you got tested before the malaria treatment.
Yes, I did. And thanks to Malatu, I kicked out malaria one time.
When malaria strikes, take Malatu, containing artemether and lumefantrine. Comes in tablets and suspension for effective treatment of malaria.
Great to have you back.
Thank you. No problem.
Malatu is suitable for adults and children. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Your health is in your hands. At Mintuba Hospital and Coloproctology Center, we believe that quality healthcare isn't a privilege, it's a right. We are fully prepared to effectively deal with all colorectal and proctological conditions. Our team of highly skilled doctors, surgeons, and nurses are renowned for their expertise in minimally invasive and painless laser, ligature, and longoproctological surgery. We are committed to providing a wide range of services to meet the diverse needs of our patients. Mintuba Hospital, your health is our priority. Visit Mintuba Hospital today or call us at 0244 581 541 or 0271 054 204. Mintuba Hospital, in to serve a peculiar health need.
Looking for a home in a safe, secure, and luxurious environment? Alphabet City has just what you need. Join our gated community in the lively precincts of Sakumono for a carefully crafted home that provides you with peace of mind and a safe space for your children. Alphabet City boasts of leisure and recreational facilities to ensure your mental and physical well-being, a good road network, 24-hour surveillance systems and security, water, and electricity, serving as a safe haven. Let's meet your needs. Book a tour today. Find out more on www.waylead.org or call 0240 111 119 or 0504 499 999 to make the right investment in a home. Alphabet City, the ABC of Home Sweet Home.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see F-I-N-T-E-X. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
Across Africa, a new era has begun. Shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future, together. EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa.
Welcome back, and thank you so much for staying with us. Still some election-related story. Election Headquarters is brought to you by Petrosol, your clean fuel in full quantity, and Chartered Institute of Management Accountants and the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, together as the Association of International Certified Professional Accountants. Election Headquarters for an informed electorate. Now, Alan Tremonton is promising an all-inclusive, grassroots-focused government if voted into power as president. as he endorsed the newly formed Alliance for Revolutionary Movement. Speaking at the launch, Mr. Chemanten outlined what he terms the transformational agenda, which includes reducing unemployment, fighting corruption, and roadmap towards Ghana's economic recovery. My colleague Kenneth Jesse has more in the following report.
Former Trade Minister Alan Chemanten has officially outdoored the new movement, made up of a coalition of more than 10 political and social movements, of which he is the leader. Alliance for Revolutionary Change is the name. Mr. Chemanten outlined his vision for a more inclusive and progressive Ghana, highlighting key policy areas such as economic empowerment, healthcare reform, and education access.
Ushering in a new type of leadership in Ghana. Leadership that is visionary, competent, accountable, transparent, action-oriented, results-driven, and compassionate. A leadership that will fight corruption ruthlessly and lead by example, and not provide a safe haven for corrupt political appointees and other public officials. Implementing transformational policies. Governance is about policy making and execution. What Ghana needs now are transformational policies in all sectors, namely in the macroeconomy, in the productive sectors, including industry, trade, agriculture, tourism, in infrastructure development, in social services delivery, including health, education, and sports.
Speaker after speaker, leaders of the other movement groups promised to make constitutional amendments to favor the ordinary Ghanaian, help fight corruption, and ensure economic prosperity if voted into power.
The Alliance for Revolutionary Change is here to once more rekindle the embers of a dying flame that we saw burning brightly in our first republic. The wings of the butterfly are to breathe air into that embers of that flame and rekindle it to burn more brightly and show us a new way. The great transformation plan that has been proposed by our leader, Alan Chemanten, will be our main and driving force into a new prosperity that will be for all of us and not just for a few of us. This is his promise, and we are all going to hold his waist and raise him up so he can deliver that promise to you. That is why you must vote for him as your first independent presidential candidate of Ghana.
Our constitution, 1992 constitution, has been the problem of this great loot and share syndrome. I joined this alliance because we want a constitutional review to reduce the excessive powers we pose on the executive arm of government. We are joining this alliance to ensure that separation of powers is adhered to.